Hey Saria, how's it going? This is a perfect way to start the stream. I found this. Okay. Let's switch over to... No, there we go. Hello, hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. Hello, Saria. We are live indeed. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good weekend. Hope that you are not subjected to the same heat wave that we are currently experiencing over here. Hope that you're doing okay. How is your recovery going? I'm gonna guess that you're probably not fully comfortable, unfortunately, but hope you're feeling a little bit better. You've gotten a chance to recover a bit. I'm just getting organized. We'll get started in just a minute. But by way of a little intro, today we're going to be talking about Naruto, and specifically we're going to be talking about conversations around Naruto power scaling and Naruto debates. If you've been following the channel for a little while, first of all, thank you very much for stopping by and checking out the previous streams and VODs. I really do appreciate it. If you're new, welcome. Thank you for taking a gamble and checking out this stream. Appreciate it. Appreciate having you here. Just to give you a little bit of background on what we're going to be talking about today. We've talked a little bit about the concept of skepticism when it comes to having conversations about Naruto online. Hold on, let me just check. Make sure the stream's coming through. Okay. So when formulating theories about Naruto, when having debates with other people about Naruto, having disagreements, coming up with power scaling topics, etc., it makes sense to try to put together arguments that are based in some amount of facts and research and all that. But inevitably, you're going to come up against people who disagree with you, and when they disagree with you, at a certain point, you might notice that they are skeptical towards your claims. Sometimes their skepticism can be positive. What I would call, positive skepticism would be something along the lines of, I'm not sure about that. Can you please provide me with some evidence? Can you please clarify that point? I would like, I don't think you've quite proven that. You need to dive into a little bit more stuff like that. Then there's also negative skepticism or toxic skepticism, or however you want to phrase it, which is more along the lines of like, yeah, well, you don't know, you can't really prove that. And like, I don't know, that doesn't make any sense to me. There's more of a, I guess, a more non-committal, non-productive form of skepticism that can arise as well. The former is extremely useful and, in fact, I would say entirely necessary, not just for power scaling, not just for fictional debates, but for the real world as well. Without people saying, I'm not sure if that's true, can we go check that, please? And being willing to test assumptions and verify submitted hypotheses and facts and all that fun stuff, we would never figure anything out. And basically, it would just be a contest of opinions. So we need skepticism like that. But I also understand that, like, if you put a ton of effort into scripting and researching and producing a video, and you put it out there and you're like, hey guys, I really put a lot of work into this theory. Here it is, I'm sharing it with you. I hope you like it. And everybody's just like, yeah, but I don't know. I don't really like that. No, I don't believe that. And they don't really put any effort into engaging with you. Well, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? It's really frustrating. If you're in a debate and you try to advance your points, and every time you make a positive, a positive claim, the opponent just uses the reverse Uno card and thinks that they've won, and then people actually enjoy that and they agree with the other that they won, well, all the facts and logic in the world aren't going to get you anywhere if nobody gives a shit. So like, we have to be aware of that. We have to try to be fair to each other. But I want to speak up today. Speak up like I'm making some great political statement or whatever. No, it's not that serious. But I want to talk today about the role that skepticism can play and when used positively. And specifically, since I usually talk about other people's videos, other people's content, I will be doing that a little bit tonight. But I also want to talk about a conversation that I had with Sage. Sage is Thick Calves. Shout out to Sage. Go check out his channel. He makes great stuff. He did a recent video on like some cosmic related things in Naruto with his Boruto versus Gohan video that he did with Six. Shout out to Six as well. Go check them out. Go support their channels. But I found some of the content in this video to be missing the mark. I responded with what I consider to be healthy skepticism from the way I interpreted his reply to me, it seemed like he didn't think my skepticism was being particularly helpful or, I guess, useful, which I disagree with. And so I thought about, like, okay, should we keep going in the comments? Should I hop on VC and Discord or whatever? And I'm still totally down to do that. But you know me, I like to kind of take some time to mull things over and then discuss them and kind of go through them. So that's what this stream is going to be tonight. We're going to be talking about that conversation I had, but specifically we're going to be talking about the concept of like Momoshiki's dimension and the concept of a Redshift Nebula, what exactly that means, whether or not the things that we're looking at are Redshift Nebulas, what the implications are for the universe of Naruto, if that is the case. We're going to be talking a bit about Toneri, and his vision of the comet entering the constellation, how that connects to Urashiki, whether or not that is Urashiki, and the implications of that. And just kind of taking our time to learn a little bit about the concepts associated with that. It's a bit more freeform tonight. I didn't do as much research as I was hoping, although, you know, of course, because I'm me, I have my beautiful chart hiding here somewhere. Bring it in. There we go. So, you know, I got some stuff, got some scans, I got some things arranged, so I'm somewhat prepared. But there's going to be a lot of stuff to go over, and the goal here is really, again, to just kind of get you guys thinking and keep a conversation going about like Naruto Cosmology, less to debunk anybody's opinions, less to like do a teardown of anybody else's perspective, and more to just kind of highlight some questions and some concepts that have come up in the community for a while that I would like to share and have have a more extended conversation about. I hope you find that enjoyable. We'll dive into it in a few minutes here. So let me catch up with chat. Let's see. Oh, I'm seeing. Oh God, I gotta get rid of those like #1 fan or like crown things. They're totally fucking up the overlay. I don't even know how to disable those. Anyway, sorry about that. I'll try to figure that out after the stream. I think I need a new overlay in general. I'm noticing that the profile pictures aren't showing up very nicely on the overlay. Okay, that will be my goal for next time, to get a better setup for this stuff. So bear with me for today. So let me catch up with everybody. Don't mind me just racking up EXP. You're already at the top of the leaderboard and we haven't even like fully started yet. You just gotta hold that king of the hill position right there. You can do it. Sorry, it says, I'm well. I mean, still achy, but honestly, I'm so stuffed up on pain meds, it's hard to tell. Oh no. Well, I'm glad that those are helping. After I broke my leg, the pain medication was very essential. Like, I don't know how I would have gotten through it if not that. And that was just my leg, right? Let alone everything you've been through. So I'm glad that you have that as an option for yourself. Hope that you will be patient with yourself. I know it can be so frustrating when you're like you just want to get back to normal and you have to just keep on waiting indefinitely until your body says, oh yeah, I'm ready to exist like a normal human being again. So good luck with everything, seriously. Luan Jax, hey Luan, how's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for stopping by. Not much going on over here. Pretty chill weekend, or actually the opposite of that. It's been relaxing, but we're getting up over 100 degrees over here, which is very rare for this particular area. But you know, we're handling it okay. Trying to take my dog on shorter, more frequent but shorter walks as opposed to our longer marathon like hikes and stuff to try to. She does not deal with the heat. She deals with the heat worse than I do. So at this point, you know, we're really just trying to pace ourselves. But it's all good. It's a haunted hayride conundrum, says Saria. Yeah, I really love that that video. That was great. I'm gonna have to like keep that quote in my back pocket. It does, like, I've definitely done stuff like that. Like, I definitely have taken especially when I used to do a lot of like be a little bit more invested in the atheism versus religious debate scene a long time ago. You know, I was very proud of myself, and I was like, aha, I have detected analogical fallacy, plus 5 points to me. I'm currently in the lead. You know, like, I don't know, it was a game of intellectual Mario Kart or some shit. I don't know. But that was very funny and very cathartic, honestly. Yeah, I mean, like, Luan Jax is a very good point. Sage 6, there's this other kid called Swag. You know, he's new on the block. He's hot off the presses with some fresh new dope content. I really think if he focuses and he like really grinds for a little bit, he can make it someday. So yeah, everybody, check out Swag Kage. You probably haven't heard of him. It's okay. You know, he'll make a name for himself eventually. But go check out his channel. You know, a couple of likes here or there could really help. You know, but seriously, no, like I will even say for the record, I don't support Noodles. I don't like him. But if you personally do enjoy his content, as an example, go subscribe. Go give him a like. Like, all of these people are making things. And something that I realized a little while ago is like, no matter how much how much fun it is to dislike things in general, it is so much harder to make literally anything of any quality than to like shitty, totally awful, bare minimum quality than it is to be the most like proficient at talking shit, if that makes any sense. Like, I used to think that I was really helping the games industry by doing video game critiques and teardowns and writing lists of all these different things that I noticed that were wrong with video games. And then like I started to make games again, and I was like, oh yeah, this is really, really hard, and there's a reason why everything is broken, and it should be fixed, but also like just changes your perspective. So even though I think that, you know, multiversal Naruto video, or like Kakuzu versus Pain video in particular that Noodles did, is really bad. I don't like it. I think it's like very wrong and honestly kind of mean. But it's an hour-long video with a shitload of scans and data and clips and stuff, and like at the bare minimum, you have to acknowledge that hard work was done by someone, right? And that takes something. That takes a certain amount of effort. It takes a certain amount of investment. So I always think you should go and support people and show your appreciation for the work that they do, even if you don't like fully agree with everything they say. You should acknowledge that they showed up to the page and that they tried to put something on the page, even if it was a big old like jumbled up scribble, or it was just like it just said Frieza and there's a picture of a butt, you know, like it's still, it might have been a nicely drawn butt, you never know. Anyway, if you get that reference, good for you. If not, go watch Team 4 Stars Dragon Ball Z Abridged. It's peak. It's great. Sorry, it says I'll support nobody and like it. Just support nothingness itself. Embrace nihilism. Need more of that these days, right? Oh, Dreamer Draws, hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for checking out the stream. I hope that you are having a good weekend. It's good to see you back. It's good to have you here at the beginning. I really appreciate you stopping by. As you can see, we are still kind of figuring things out, and it'll be a couple minutes before we get started in full. But yeah, how's your weekend? How's everything going on your end? Sorry, it says John is gonna erase my experience. I mean, like, look, if you've climbed your way to the top and you feel like you want to maintain your position on the top of this hill, far be it from me to take that away from you. But what I do need to do is figure out why Luan's icon is just fucking cursed. Like, you have a number 1 and you have a small crown to the bottom left. That's like borderline acceptable. But Luan is just like half of their little pill icon is being swallowed by the void, and that scares me, so I need to fix it. But if you want to maintain your dominance, then I'll see if I can find some kind of compromise. Let's see. Kaguya, when Kakuzu appears unaffected by the infinite Tsukuyomi, she's scared because she knows nothing can get rid of. Exactly. I was actually thinking about talking about that at some point. I think I might have like kind of sarcastically said that in chat at some point. But yeah, I mean, unironically, not to be offensive to anyone in particular, but unironically, people do that. Like, they pick and choose, they cherry pick, and they'll find a particular example of a phrase like that and be like, it is verbatim stated literally in a canon work by the author that, you know, Haku is light speed. And I'm like, okay, how do you know that? And then they pull out the translation of the data book, second data book, I think, where it says like literal light speed movement. I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's it then, right? It says it in this book, so we don't need to investigate it any further. There could be no possible alternate interpretations. In fact, we should actively not tried to think about what the implications are for the universe of like a 12 or 14-year-old kid moving at the speed of light and other 12-year-old kids reacting to, perceiving, and responding to the speed of light. Because what would be the point of that, right? What would be the point of investigating or being skeptical about that? That would just be regressive. It clearly verbatim states it in the book, which means it's right because it's written by the author. And it's like, but then everybody has their limits, and sooner or later, everybody will find a statement like that, and they'll be like, this is fucking bullshit, right? They'll be like, there's no way this is true. And for most people, it's like, Tsunade's Heavenly Foot of Pain. I haven't encountered a single person, except maybe Hobbes, who, although I'm not sure, it's probably ironic, who looks at that statement and is like, yeah, Tsunade's foot is definitely universal. It definitely has universal AP, right? If you're not familiar with it, there's a statement in the second data book that says Tsunade's Heavenly Foot of Pain Jutsu. Tsunade, not Tsunade, what the fuck? No one and nothing could be hit by it and avoid pulverization. So that means that it has universal AP. If you take it in the most literal power scaling ass definition possible, right? Of course, nobody believes that because they understand intuitively, and also just in terms of like comparing it to what happens on panel, that Tsunade didn't even like crack the planet, let alone, I don't know, kick Madara's head off into a gutter and then steal his lunch money. So everybody has a limit like that. And it's really fascinating, genuinely. Like, I don't mean this condescendingly. It is genuinely fascinating to see where people's limits lie and what things they will respond to by being like, that is horseshit. There's no way I'm believing that. But then other things that maybe other people would say, that's ridiculous. They're just like, no, this is factual. Like, look, it's written, right? It is written. Only Link can defeat Ganon. Like, sometimes it does feel like having conversations with power scalers is just like talking to a bunch of like pissed off wizards in huts, and they each have their own version of it. It's written in the annals, you can't question it, Again, I'm not making fun of anyone in particular. I do this shit too, but like once we get our like thoughts concretized to, or is that a real word, like made concrete, like crystallized is a better word for it, right? Once we start to get into what we believe and get to a certain level of comfort with that, I think it can be almost like bewildering that other people just don't get it. It's like, what don't you fucking understand? It's written in the data book. Like, why don't you get this? It's very simple, right? And you get frustrated because people just don't see it the way you do. How do we solve that? Well, we ask a lot of really, really annoying questions and never shut up. That's my strategy anyway. Seems to be working for me at the the moment. So let's see. The one Jack says, the multiverse video was servicing a term I like to call, oh yeah, poisoning the well. Yep, I believe I've heard that before. So that's kind of like, is that kind of like spreading misinformation? Like you basically create a source of information or something like that, or of belief that is inherently wrong or skewed, and then that kind of spreads out, and then it becomes like more and more warped or bad over time. Am I kind of getting that right? Is Genjutsu working on other verses something you've talked about before? I haven't talked about it much. I think it's come up like once or twice on stream. I get there's kind of two ways to approach it. Sage in this video with 6 brought up the term verse equalization, which is basically like, some people have said Genjutsu wouldn't work on Dragon Ball characters. I'm not talking about characters who have like explicit mental resistance or whatever, but they just categorically wouldn't work on Dragon Ball characters because they require chakra specifically to function, and therefore, since Dragon Ball characters don't specifically have chakra, they just wouldn't do anything. But if you use verse equalization, then for the purposes of a debate, like house rules or whatever, you just both agree, like, okay, we're just going to accept that they can use this, because otherwise it gets like, what's the point? We want both characters to fight each other, having access to their full abilities to make it fun, to make it fair, etc., etc. So we just agree that the magic systems are going to interface with each other and shake hands about that. If you want to get a little bit more nitty gritty, I'd have to do some more research. I have heard some people say that the actual descriptions in the data books of genjutsu are like it works on chakra, and if that's true, like it specifically needs chakra to interact with, then it wouldn't be effective cross-verse unless you agree to that rule. But my current subjective understanding is that people casting a genjutsu will use will use their chakra to manipulate the sensory pathways of other people. So their eyes, their ears, their, I guess, sense of touch, their sense of smell, stuff like that. And by doing so, they essentially send like a bunch of confusing nonsense into their brains through their sensory pathways using chakra, and then they trick their brains into experiencing something that they're not actually experiencing. So the vehicle is chakra, but at the end of the day, the target is just the opponent's brain. It's not like it's manipulating the chakra inside the other person's head, it's manipulating their brain specifically, or at the very least manipulating the optic and auditory nerves, etc., via chakra. But it's not like I'm pretty sure that Jiraiya casts a genjutsu on some random civilian, or no, what's his name? Itachi does it when they're searching for Naruto, and then Jiraiya breaks a spell. So I guess it depends on whether or not you think civilians have chakra as well. They wouldn't be molding chakra like a shinobi would. So I think probably, the way that I feel about it right now anyway, is that probably it can work on just whoever, and there's probably a precedent for that. I mean, even the infinite Tsukuyomi, right? Like, it works on cats and just like random people across the entire planet. They're not necessarily all molding chakra, especially the civilians, like the daimyo that get put under the spell, like they're not molding chakra at the time. So yeah, I think it does work on non-chakra having people. I think, but I need to do more research to verify it. Let's see. Sorry says, and then those same kids being surprised someone can move faster than sound later. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's my thing, right? Something that Sage brought up is like, if one source suggests something and it doesn't conflict with the canon or create any like weird inconsistencies, then it's plausible and we can just allow it because there's nothing contradicting it. And I get that approach, but why I'm kind of hesitant to it is that kind of feels like a positive claim. And it sort of is, it sort of isn't, but saying like, if you say there are no other sufficient contradictions to this, that is a positive claim. I think what people mean generally is, I'm not aware of there being any other, contradictions to this, and so for the time being, until one is brought up, we can just accept this and then come back to it later. And if that's what's being said, that's fine, I suppose. But the difficulty of it is, like, how do you actually test that, right? Like, if you actually wanted to be skeptical about that and test the idea that there are no contradictions to the idea of Haku being light speed, it's sort of tricky, and you sort of have to go really deep, or at least broad is probably more accurate, right? Because, okay, if Haku can travel at the speed of light and Sasuke and Naruto can perceive that, can we demonstrate that to be the case, and can we understand the context in which that's happening? And then Naruto and Sasuke, like, who are the other characters that they are relative to at the time? Does it make sense that they would also be like relative to the speed of light? And I mean, like, it is possible that just like 12-year-olds in Naruto are LOS and or SOL, and that LOS is line of sight. That they're the speed of light. I'll just say that. And that's the way the universe of Naruto was constructed, and that was Kishimoto's intention. Like, it's a possibility, right? But when you bring up stuff like that, Saria, there are other instances where we hear characters say stuff like, oh my god, he's moving at the speed of sound, that's crazy. And we see characters making little sonic booms and shock waves and pressure waves and stuff with their motion. So there's some kind of physics in the universe that seems to be working. Then there's also the idea that, like, Kirin is supposed to be, like, thought to be undodgeable by Black Zetsu. And I know that we don't actually get a precise, like, there's some conflicting data on how fast Kirin actually is, because what Zetsu says is it's 1/1000th of a second, but that's just time, that's not distance, so that doesn't actually give us anything to go with on speed. But if you assume it's like the speed of the return stroke of natural lightning, that's 1/3 the speed of light. If you assume that it's more like the speed of propagation of lightning, like the stepped leaders coming down from the cloud and then connecting with something on the ground, that's significantly slower. And we can actually like try to get a ballpark estimate of like, okay, what is the tallest, I think it's a cumulonimbus cloud, in the real world? What is the highest possible point at that cloud that the chain of like positive negative charge could potentially start? And what is the like highest that they tend to go, that tend to like float off the ground at? And we can get an estimate. You know, we can get like, we can also like try to pixel calc it. We can try to get like a size measurement of the cloud there and how far it is off the ground and all that. There are ways to do it, but I've tried to do this multiple times and I can't get that shit anywhere, even in the ballpark of speed of light. Like there's just no way to put Kirin at light speed. It is vastly below light speed, at least in all of my attempts. So we have Black Zetsu thinking that it is impossible for Itachi of all fucking people to dodge Kirin. And granted, he's wrong because like Itachi parries it, but I mean, like, I can explain why that is. We're going on a long ass tangent here, so I'll stop myself there. But the point is that like Black Zetsu is establishing that we are in a universe where characters think that going at a fraction of a speed of light is fucking crazy, right? It's like, it blows his mind that that's even possible. And now we're saying that like for Itachi, who's one of the strongest people in the verse at that time, and now we're saying like, oh yeah, it's just totally trivial for a 12-year-old boy, 14, however old he is, and the other like, you know, young teenagers, like recent teenagers that he's fighting, they're all just light speed in part 1. Then why is it so shocking that Itachi was capable of doing that in part 2? Doesn't that kind of like clash with and undervalue our perception of Itachi's feat? Like it's far less impressive for Itachi to parry lightning, or even for Kakashi to slice lightning. Like that was also regarded as something that's incredibly impressive, right? Kakashi slicing a lightning bolt. Without getting into that whole thing, let's just assume that it was true. So the act of Kakashi cutting a lightning bolt is considered to be like insanely impressive, and it's his whole legacy, right? It's what he's famous for. He's like a celebrity for that. But his little 12-year-old Genin on their first serious mission are zipping around at the speed of light. Like, does that really make sense? Like, really and actually? Oh, but it says so in the data book, and the data book is canon. Well, then the data book is wrong, right? The data book is creating the contradiction in the first place. The data book doesn't fit. So then maybe the data book is not a credible source. That's an option, right? People don't seem to like that option, but whatever. Oh, what was the question? Genjutsu? Anyway, it is written. The thunder intensifies. Oh boy, this weather. Are you saying that there's you're having bad weather over there, or that the it is written is bringing on the storm? Kind of reminds me of have you ever seen Neverending Story? The little boy is like in the attic and he's reading that book, and things are happening in the universe of the book. Luan Jax asks, Saria, well, to be fair, I don't know Naruto or Sasuke were surprised by sound speed from what I remember, but Kishi definitely put some emphasis on it at that point in the story. Yeah, for sure. So this is one of those things where I want to go back and really look through part 1 and look for examples of like characters responding to feats of a low grade speed feat nature, if that makes sense, and look for specific explicit things, because I have it in my head that like someone somewhere was impressed by the speed of sound movement, but obviously that's not good enough, right? I need to go and do some more research on that. Luan says, yeah, you're basically on track with that term. The poison well, yeah, okay, cool, thank you. Yeah, I need to go look it up some more after the stream, but I appreciate you like refreshing or like reminding me of that. The one then says, I'd actually like for you to react to Kidomaki's why chakra doesn't make sense at some point in the future. I think it presents a lot of interesting points. Yeah, somebody sent me that. It might have been Dreamer. I will write another note. I have it on my watch later playlist, and I will check it out soon. I appreciate the suggestion. I got kind of in a rabbit hole with this Cosmos stuff, for this week, but it's definitely on my radar, and I appreciate you reminding me of it. But yeah, or was it you? No, I think it was. Anyway, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. Let's see. Yeah, there's also a YouTuber, I forget their name, but they have a channel called Magic System Monday that did a multi-part series on like chakra as a magic system in Naruto and like how it was retconned and changed over time. It's one of those things that, like, yeah, it definitely, I think, felt a little bit more whimsical and magical in part one, and then Kishimoto like tried to hone down on it and expand on it and did a pretty good job, I think, but also I don't know if like the foundation was established as well as it could have been initially, and so it's sort of like maybe hard to go back and clean everything up, you know, years later. I don't know. Sorry says, oh, both. I have a thunderstorm happening. I'm a little jealous. I love thunderstorms. There's something so, I don't know. I used to like whenever one would happen near my house when I was younger, I would literally like stop everything and just go outside and sit, not, you know, under a canopy, but sometimes not, and just watch and listen. There's something just very, I don't know, you feel very connected with nature when you're surrounded by something like that. Open the windows and switch off all the electronics. Sorry, as my mom would say. Yep. Well, that was the trick to get out. You know, I would have to leave the Sega Genesis alone for a little while. I have to stop. I couldn't do my homework because oh man, like my laptop ran out of battery, and oh, I can't find my pencils, and I probably left them out in the storm. I better go outside and get them. Bye. Just like run out and find an excuse to spend time outdoors in the irresponsible weather. Okay. So, with that being said, thank you very much for the discussion. Please keep it going. Let me know if you have any thoughts or questions or concerns or anything you want me to cover. I think I'm going to start talking specifically about the topic of the stream at this point. But of course, you know, happy to diverge and kind of field questions or, you know, keep the conversation going as you guys might like. Konako, hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're having a good weekend. Hope you're doing okay. What's new? What's been going on with you? It's good to see you. Your profile picture reminds me. I've been, I finally stopped binging the stuff that I was compulsively binging, and I'm looking for new things to watch, perhaps a little bit more moderation. So might check out. Or checking out some of the stuff you recommended. I still want to get to House in Fata Morgana. I've just been like, if I've not been actively just like over worrying at work, then I've been over worrying about house stuff, and then if not that, then stream stuff, and it's just kind of been like, honestly, like I gotta be careful. I'm like verging on getting a bit burnt out, so I need to find a way to take a break at some point. But anyway, hope you're doing well. Just reading a manga called Record of Ragnarok. I've heard of that. How are you liking it so far? I suspect this is going to be another one that gets added to my list. Okay, so for the stream today, I want to do a little bit of an experiment, and I want to start off by, I think we'll look at Sage's video briefly, and then we'll go from there. And I want to talk about these supposed Redshift Nebulae. So I'm sure if you've like heard arguments for like multiversal or universal Naruto characters, you've heard the term Redshift Nebula be used before. There is a scene, I probably should have just kept that up 1 second. So there is a scene in Boruto, I think it's in episode 15, we can go take a look at it later. And Momoshiki, and of course it had to come up like this. I should have just copied it in 1 second. So Momoshiki and Kinshiki are sitting on a planet. Oh, it's still gonna do that. 1 second, I'm sorry. This software is really great when it works, and then also extremely janky. Okay, just keep this over here. So Momoshiki and Kichiki are sitting on this planet over here. You can see that there's a bunch of god trees. We can also see that there are some celestial bodies in the background. There's a few things to note. Well, first of all, there's this object over here, which appears to be a planet. Another one over here. Then there's this schmutzy stuff over here, this kind of like wispy, magic-y tendril. And then in the background, there's also this kind of red splotchy material. Same thing over here. This is a shot from a different perspective, but it's on the same planet, on the same episode. I think it's at the end of 15, if I remember correctly. And we have, again, we have some clouds on this planet. We also have these sort of bright red stars, like deep crimson red stars, and some of that splotchiness. Splotchiness up here. Splotchy, splotchy, splotchy. That's the word of the day. And so that's what we need to keep in mind. And basically, people will say that Momoshiki is universal. And the arguments that they will use are that he creates universes. Specifically, he created this space that he's in right now. And this space is a universe. And we know that it's a universe, and also probably an expanding and shifting, or expanding and infinite universe, because it has Redshift Nebulas in it. And Redshift Nebulas are a sign of an expanding and potentially infinite universe. So that's what I want to examine. Now, if we just, and specifically I want to talk about like what happens if we take a skeptical approach to this versus a non-skeptical approach. Where does either of those paths lead us? So if we just sort of say, okay, yeah, that all kind of makes sense, accept it, and then where does that take us versus, I don't know if any of that makes sense, let's ask some questions and see where that takes us. I want to try to start from a neutral position and try to ask, like, does skepticism actually help us better understand this, and where does, like, how does that affect our overall perception of the series? So let me see if I can just pull up a couple of things from Sage's video. So of course this is from Sage of Thick Calves, and the video title is Boruto versus Gohan is closer than you think. Get all the words out. Six also contributed to this video. He does some scaling for Gohan here. So again, please check out the video in context, because I'm going to be skipping around a little bit and support the creators. I will start at, where did I put my timestamps? So 5:30 and 6:40. I just want you to hear like his voice on it before I start, like, you know, responding. You should at least have a little bit of context, right? So 5:30 and 6:40. Let me check chat real quick. One Jack says, I think I should read the manga because the anime burned me for real. Oh, are you referring to Record of Ragnarok or to like Naruto and Boruto? I was actually just trying to catch up on the Boruto anime over the course of the past few days. I watched like episodes 1 to 15. Admittedly, I skimmed a whole bunch of it. Like, I wasn't gonna spend too much time listening to Boruto complain about having to sort mail or whatever the fuck that, that episode was about, right? I was just looking for the stuff with Urashiki and Nue and Sumire and all that. But yeah, man, there is a lot of downtime in that, in that show. There is a whole lot of nothing that happens for a whole long fucking time. The actual fights and some of the concepts and stuff are pretty cool. But yeah, take the manga over the anime any day of the week for Boruto. Kunakun says, it's awesome. Adam our father. There must be something from the manga. I'm sorry I don't get the reference, but it sounds exciting. I'll have to check that out. Luan Jack says, Sage gives far too much clarity than he needs to when doing cross-verse IMO for both versus C scaling. He gives too much clarity? Too much charity. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, it's very hard for me to fault anybody for giving too much clarity, but charity, yeah, I could understand. I mean, I think a certain amount is necessary to be able to have a conversation about things that are so, in universes that are so vastly different. And honestly, I have no problem with any of this in theory, as long as there's a very clear disclaimer that it's like, hey, by the way, this is all just for fun, this is all just headcanon, this is all, you know, very, very highballing or whatever. I find whatever. We're talking about manga and anime on the internet with friends, right? So have fun with it. Go crazy. You don't need, you don't need to be, it doesn't have to be scientific. It doesn't have to be rendered with any amount of like supreme precision, but it does kind of matter the way that you specify and discuss what you're sharing with people, right? If you in my mind, if you say Momoshiki is universal because there are Redshift Nebula in his world, right? That's not a literal quote. I'm just using that as an example. That's very different from saying like, okay, if we try to be creative about it and really stretch, here's how we could have fun and get Momoshiki to universal, right? That the framing of those two things is very, very different, and I think it does matter. So let's see. It has Redshift Nebula and fighter flight engage, and flight is not an option. Yes, okay, good. You're locked in. I can't wait. I'm going to do my best. I don't really know all that much about astronomy. I did take a class in it, but it was like a billion years ago. A billion years at the speed of light. But, you know, I tried to do at least a little bit of research. And I think, like, at the end of the day, all of this stuff is stuff that anybody can Google, right? You don't need to fucking go to college to know what a Redshift Nebula is, or if there even is such a thing as a Redshift Nebula, not to spoil anything. You just need to, like, care. I'm sorry, that sounded rude, but, like, you just need to, like, take some time and be interested and curious about it. I learned this stuff in a few hours of Googling. I'm sure I only know a tiny fraction of it, but I think I know a little bit more than I used to, and I think that was valuable. So it's kind of what I want to try to encourage here, and kind of, like, spread that, like some sort of benign virus to you guys. I'm gonna be a vector for viral good knowledge. Anyway, Konakun says round one was Thor versus Lu Bu, which was good. The best moment was Lu Bu's backstory. Round 2, Adam versus Zeus was peak. Oh, I'm getting a sense of what this is about. Okay, that's cool. That's like historical figures versus like mythological figures. That's really cool. Adam versus Zeus was peak, and Adam's line was, "Does a parent need a reason to protect their children?" That sounds awesome. You know, it's reminding me of I don't know if you've ever played Smite, but it's basically like gods from different pantheons all fighting each other. And I was always like, when are they gonna put Jesus in this, man? Like, how come, like, Western, let's just say, not to be offensive to anyone, let's just say Western traditions and cultural historical things like that, you know, don't get put in there? Why not? What game was it? Persona 3, where you actually, spoilers for Persona 3. Or no, I'm sorry, for Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Spoilers for that game, 3, 2, 1. That you literally fight the Abrahamic God. Like, that's the point of that game. They actually just put God God in the game. And then you collect a bunch of Pokemon that are essentially yokai, and just, like, beat them up with them. Anyway, let's see. Also, your stance is how I feel with the Triforce in Zelda, says Saria. People argue up and down it's omnipotent because the books and games say so, and no, we know this isn't true. The Master Sword is its equal. Oh, okay. And the Master Sword has clear... Right, so, like, if the Master Sword has clear demonstrable limitations, and we actually see those limitations manifested in the game, and then we can compare that, and then we have, like, good reason to believe that the Master Sword and the Triforce have, like, equal power, then that would be a very clear indication of us being able to look in context for clues to help us understand, like, the actual power of the Triforce. Like, that's really smart, right? Makes a lot of sense. Konakun says that Gohan versus Boruto video is the first L Sage took. Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I would go that far. I'm honestly, maybe. I disagreed with a lot of what he said. And no offense, like, I'm going to be a little bit spicy in this stream, and I'm going to be, like, pretty blunt in my opinion and assessment of the work. I hope that will be understood as respectful peer review, as opposed to, like, just, I don't know, trying to be petty or anything like that. But my honest feeling was that there was a lot of data that was brought up, and it was well edited and well constructed, but the data itself was not thoroughly vetted or evaluated, and it was pretty lacking and pretty misleading. And then when I brought up some concerns, some of the stuff that I brought up wound up being kind of silly, but I think I brought up quite a few good points in the comments, and excuse me, I kind of got a little bit of a, well, I could still make the argument work and your skepticism isn't going to work, so, you know, it felt a little incurious, to say the least. Like, I already figured this stuff out. You're making me repeat myself. And Like, you're just being skeptical and that's not going to work here. I'm like, okay, well, let me test that. I am skeptical about your idea that my skepticism is not going to work. So I'm going to go research this. I'm going to go learn some more. I'm going to go see if maybe I was mistaken, if I missed something. And for a couple of things, I think I did kind of wind up coming around on. But for some others, I was like, I mean, I guess I see where you're coming from, but this is really a stretch. And other things, I was like, no, come on, man. Like, so I would be curious to hear more if you want to share what you thought about the video overall. Always appreciate the discussion, and I'll be curious to see if you had some of the same concerns that I did by the time we get through this. Let's see. Oh yeah, sorry, you got usurped. Your crown was stolen. You're gonna have to grind for it back. Shenanigans are definitely at play. Great. I hope you're prepared for legal action there, Kona. Lawan Jack says, I was talking about me reading Record of Ragnarok, LOL. Oh, okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. Unfortunately, I can't really relate with ROR. I'm going to be cool and abbreviate it because I haven't read it yet, but I'm definitely interested. It sounds really cool. But yeah, Boruto is... sometimes it's really good, other times it's not so good. Saria says, objection. Objection. LOL, nah. Konakun, at Konakun, says Lonjax, you didn't see Sung Jin-woo versus Akatsuki vid. Oh, yeah. I haven't checked that one out either, just because I have no context for Sung Jin-woo. He's the guy from Solo Leveling, right? I've been told I should check that out, but I haven't gone into it yet, so. Multi-continental, oh boy. Well, we already have multi-continental, fucking Kakazu, so, you know, why not? As long as he can scale above Kakazu, as far as I'm concerned, he's a planet cracker. Jesus does appear in the Record of Ragnarok manga, but it's just a cameo. I don't know. I don't know why I find that so funny. Like, Jesus finally does actually show up, and the second coming happens, and then he just kind of shows up, and he's like, oh yeah, I missed the pizza here, and he like grabs a bite and then fucks off again. That would be great. Konakun says, I really like Sage. It's the second best Nagato versus Itachi video on YouTube. Yeah, okay, so. Exactly. The second best. Because you know who has the best one, right? I see you. I see you. I appreciate it. But this was a highballed Boruto versus a lowballed Gohan. Yeah. And you know, I think that was, knowing Sage and knowing Six, I'm willing to bet a decent amount of money that they were both like, yeah, in order to make this work, I gotta go high, you gotta go low, let's shake hands, let's have fun with this. And that's totally fine. That's great. We should be able to do shit like that. But I don't think that context was represented. I don't think they were super straightforward about that. Sage does mention that they're going to have to highball a little bit, but I mean, then the way that the rest of the information is actually presented through the video, let's just say that there aren't as many asterisks where there should be, in my opinion. Too many things are sort of presented at face value, and then when I kind of leveraged my concerns, it was less like, oh yeah, this is just like, we're highballing, we're having fun with this. It's more like, no, like, it is written, you know, like, and I was like, oh, okay, so how serious are we actually taking this? But anyway. Yeah, I respect Sage. I like him. Obviously I don't know him as a person directly, but anytime that I've ever interacted with him on stream or on on stream and on Discord and all that, seems like a really, you know, friendly, decent guy. Who's obviously put in a bunch of effort building out his community and providing free resources for lots of people. More so than any other community that I've been a part of, he seems to actively be trying to build something to directly benefit his viewership, more so than, like I said, than any other place that I happen to have been anyway. Even if it's not a matter of comparison, it's inherently good that he's doing that, and very helpful, and I've benefited from it, so, you know, I'm grateful for that. So just to be clear, like, I can still appreciate the overall content and the overall, like, brand or whatever, but still specifically take issue with this stuff because it's like, you will see this shit spreading around, and it does affect the way that people see this series and the other series. And I know Sage didn't come up with all these arguments himself, but it's just like, using your really decent and good and solid platform to boost a bunch of bullshit that then winds up like just kind of muddying the waters, like, is not ideal. It could do better than that, right? Like, you don't need to do this shit when you already have a really solid platform to begin with, is my opinion. Let's see. Jimwoo says Luan Jox gets way too overrated for what he's actually shown to be capable of. Lore scaling is always taking dubs. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I can't really comment on it, but I'm guessing he's going to be like the new Itachi, right? Everybody just like default upscales him. Konokun says if you highball DBZ, even second form Frieza and Namek, Saga is universal due to the statements, and so is Cell. Interesting. Thing is, I don't think we really see that, right? I'm guessing, like, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm guessing the statements are something like Frieza could take over the universe, or Frieza could destroy the universe. And the implication there is that, like, if he wants to, he can go around gradually blowing up planets one by one, maybe even solar systems one by one. But I don't think there's any actual feats for him demonstrating that he could, like, create an explosion that is so massive that it takes out, like, multiple galaxies or even the entire universe itself all at once, right? He's just, the implication is more like he'll eventually destroy everything if he's left to his own devices. Like, he has that latent power, but not a universe-killing nuke or some shit like that, right? Luan Jack says all the statements that come from the anime. Okay, yeah. I was planning on watching the anime anyway. I hear that, like, the fight choreography is really good. Sorry, it says, holy hole in a donut, Batman. My YouTube app crashed. It's like one of those rarely perfect serendipitous sentences. I like to believe that you're in a state where you're actually, like, trying to blame household objects for it's probably funnier to me in my head than it'll ever be outside, but, like, you grab the donut. This fucking donut broke my YouTube. Kona-kun says, also, if you want to wank, I always do. There's a villain called Garlic Jr. Oh, yeah, I remember him. In the first DBZ movie, you can create a hyperspace. So, well, the question is the hyperspace the size of a universe? Does it have a Redshift Nebula in it? Because otherwise, it's not a real universe. I'm kidding. Okay, so let's hear Sage talk for a second. I don't know exactly. I just want to hear him say the words Redshift Nebula in context, so it doesn't seem like I'm just making shit up.
Redshift Nebulas, etc.
Oh yeah, okay. This is at 6:32.
Naruto is calling this dimension he's in its own time space, with this dimension being the very one that Momoshiki is stated to have created and houses galaxies, redshift nebulas, etc., all but validating this universal Momoshiki scaling.
Okay, so we're gonna donuts killed your grandma. Oh no. Is that true? Chinese food killed my grandma. We shouldn't talk about that. I hope your grandma is fine and raging against the storm with full full vigor, and that she's happy and well. What I meant to say. He created the dead zone. It was stated. Oh, okay, gotcha. The one Jack says, I thought it was just opening a portal to the dead zone. Oh, okay, yeah, he created it. Sorry, it says I actually talked about the Garlic Jr. thing. Oh, right. Didn't you? Yes, and I think you had like a complaint about how some people were taking that out of context to like overblow his feet. Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, this is sounding a bit familiar to me now. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I hope your grandma's okay.
One other thing that corroborates this universal scaling is the fact that Kaguya is stated to translocate or transpose.
Okay, so the point of bringing that up was that he mentioned the presence of Redshift Nebulas, or nebulae, and the idea that they were contributing to the idea that Momoshiki like created this universe and contributed to that scaling, and that, well, he created a space. The space has Redshift Nebulas in it, and therefore it's probably a full universe. That being said, I disagree with the idea that he created that space, but we're gonna put a pin in that for now because I want to start by focusing on the shit. 1 second, my brain just like fried. on the nebula. Jesus Christ. Okay, I want to start by focusing on the nebula first, and then we'll go back to talking about this created the dimension thing. The other timestamp that I put down was what? 640? Okay. But that was what I did. What was the other one? 530? Okay, let's start from here.
To back this up further, when we see Momoshiki sitting on one of his harvested planets in the context of being in one of his parallel worlds, we do see he's in a universe complete with redshift nebulas, stars, etc. And since we know that Kaguya is capable of creating alternate time spaces and Momoshiki's parallel world is directly likened to Kaguya's time spaces, it's reasonable to assume that these parallel worlds are also alternate time spaces. If it's an alternate time space in which we can see the makings of an entire universe, we can safely say that the parallel universe translation is more likely than not the correct one.
Okay, so there's kind of a lot that was packed into there. For now, I just want to focus on the Redshift Nebula thing because, you know, we have to take things one at a time. So in trying to evaluate everything that was just said to see if it's true, I want to apply some healthy skepticism to it, and I want to ask for clarification. And so the clarification that I want to start with asking is, what is a redshift nebula, and why does this mean that it is that this means that, like, Momoshiki is in this whole universe and it's infinite sized or the same size as our universe or anything like that? Where does that actually take us? So because I'm me, I made a little chart. I like my little charts. Okay? So we're going to start by breaking down the argument and focusing on one thing at a time, because otherwise it just swirls around and at least for me, it swirls around in my head and it's difficult to keep track of. Okay? So here is the overall idea, the overall premise, the overall argument that's being put forward. Momoshiki is universal. And how do we get there? This line is out of whack, sorry. Okay, and this is going to bother me too. I'm like Cell. If you've seen that scene from like Dragon Ball Z Bridge, where Cell is like building the arena and there's one tile out of place, it's like, it's fine, it doesn't bother me. It bothers me a lot. It really bothers me. It like flows it up. I feel like that's me half the time. But anyway, so Momoshiki is universal. That's the idea. What evidence do we have for it, or how do we get to this conclusion? Well, Momoshiki is in a space, and the idea is that he created his space. Okay, we should evaluate that. We should explore that later and figure out like why we think he created his space. But let's leave that for now, and let's ask, well, how did we get to this? Well, apparently Momoshiki is in a space that hang on, which is a universe, something like that, right? So apparently the space that Momoshiki is in, which you can see in the background, is a space that has something like certain objects in it that tell us something about the space. And one of those objects is something called a Redshift Nebula. Okay, and those Redshift Nebula, yeah, I think I'm just repeating myself here, sorry. So let me repeat that, because I think that was a little bit confused. The idea here is to test whether or not Momoshiki is universal. We get there by asking, well, why is he universal? Well, because he created a universe, the space that he's in. Okay, well, how do we know it's like a universe that's comparable to our own? Because remember, in power scaling terms, just saying that somebody can blow up a universe versus the universe is different, right? If the universe is the size of a shoebox versus if the universe is infinite, okay, obviously blowing up those two things is going to be very different. So for power scaling terms, we assume a universe that is the same size and composition, like the same overall energy, the same overall mass, etc., as our currently observable universe. Okay, so the idea here is that all this shit is part of a universe that is like our own, right? Now, how do we actually figure out that what we're seeing here is a universe that is like our own? Well, we can look in the background and we can see that there are these objects that help us clue in on that. And one of those objects is called a Redshift Nebula. And a Redshift Nebula specifically is a good indicator, not just that this is a full universe, but also that it could be expanding, that it could be infinite in size. And this is something that Sage elaborated on more in the comment section with me, but that was like the core of the argument, right? Redshift Nebula expands in size, infinite universe. So Momoshiki created this, so he's universal. Okay, so with that being said, if we And I do see the in comments. I will get right back to chat in just a second. So we have two approaches that we can take here. The first is the skeptical approach, or the non-skeptical approach, and the second is a skeptical approach. So let's see what happens if we are not skeptic towards this and we just approach it with you know, a straightforward perspective. Well, Sage is a content creator that has a lot of subscribers, and he bills himself as an Naruto educator specifically. He clearly knows what he's talking about. Six is also the same. Been on the platform for years. You could call him an educator as well. Has a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience in this. They are saying these words out loud to us, and they are describing what is happening. And we hereby see a planet, a space. We see some space stuff. Okay, we know that space stuff is in the universe. We can see that there's more space stuff over here, and that there's red space stuff. And Sage says that this is a Redshift Nebula. And I mean, like, most people probably know that a nebula is a space thing, and it's red, so that makes sense. So it's probably a Redshift Nebula. I mean, we can just accept that, right? And that must mean that it's ever expanding, and that it's, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. That all makes sense. It's all logical. It all tracks, right? That all passes. It's all plausible. So Momoshiki's universal. Okay, so that's the non-skeptical approach. Now let's see what happens if we take a skeptical approach by comparison. Let me hydrate, and then I'll read chat, and then we'll get onto that. Okay. So yeah, sorry, it's kind of like preempting it. Let's see. Your grandma, at least the one in France, is still alive and well. Okay, good. So she's not been murdered by a donut. I'm glad. The English one I never met. Oh, okay. But I'm sure she's probably drinking wine in the astral plane. Well, that sounds like a. If we all wind up with a similar outcome, then I think we'd be quite lucky, right? So I hope that is the case. Man, universal, multiversal don't even seem that much to me, because I tried to power scale Fate, and oh boy, that versus insane. Yeah, I've heard that it gets pretty correct. And Lawan seems to be in agreement there. Saria says, a redshift is when life shifts towards the red spectrum, or in other words, towards lower frequency / longer wavelength. I'm sorry, my autism took hold. You asked the question I had to answer. Yes, no, this is good. I was going to get into that more in a second. I hope you'll continue to comment and expand on that, and let me know if my explanation is acceptable. Kona says, Lancer Spear that always hit the target, EA, the sword, or EG, the sword that cut the, or Ea, the sword that cut the primordial world and split the heavens and earth, and Tsubame Gaishi, a slash that breaks space. Oh, cool, that's awesome. That reminds me of some Berserk shit, where, like, I don't want to spoil it, but there is a similar sword-related thing that does something like that. Kona says, also, planets and fate at the size of a multiverse. Okay, so it's just a completely, like you said, cracked universe. One says, I know most of those weapons and attacks, but I still need to look into the slash again. Okay, aren't they protected by a multiversal entity? Ooh. See, now I'm like even more excited about getting into this. Bro wanted to cut down a swallow and literally developed a slash that transcends speed itself. Oh my god. Yeah, so okay, now I want, like, somebody to put together a Boruto versus one of those characters. So instead of hiring a cleaning lady, you create a slash that transcends to magic. That's a misconception about us lazy people, is that, like, we wind up working so hard just to make it so that we don't have to work hard. So that honestly doesn't surprise me. You're approaching the argument? You're approaching the argument. How can I tell? It's ridiculous if I don't approach. I've never read JoJo, but the meme felt relevant. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're approaching me. You are approaching me. What is it like? I can't hit you if I don't get closer to you. Rather than me coming to you, you're walking directly towards me. Earth has infinite layers, and yeah, that's called the counterforce, which protects the safety of the planet. Cool. Hey, I didn't make the rules here. Yeah, that's some extreme stuff. I love that. It's super creative. I love that a lot. Okay, so let's see. So let's take the skeptical approach. Here's the thing: if you're skeptical, basically what being skeptical is, and this is like really annoying, I know, but the idea is that you should ask the question, I'm not sure about that. Can we test it as many times as possible without being a totally annoying asshole? Sometimes you might be an annoying asshole anyway, as long as it, like, does actually lead to some kind of discovery or exploration, right? That's the way to kind of keep it fair and keep it positive. But here's what I was curious after hearing this. Here's what I found was not in the video that I wished was in the video, and I wanted elaboration on. So this is what I wound up researching myself. Okay? I wanted to know what the fuck a Redshift Nebula was. And so I asked myself the following questions. First of all, Redshift Nebula, what the fuck is a nebula to begin with? I think I know what it is. I think I understand it, but like, do I really? So let's just, you know, do a little role playing here. What is a nebula? Just do what I did, right? Okay, a nebula. Giant cloud of gas in space. Distinct pair of interstellar medium, or part of an interstellar medium, ionized neutral or molecular hydrogen, cosmic dust. So, you know, then I spent some time going through these various things. You should do that on your own. We don't need to go through all this stuff right now. But a nebula, in general, is just a big cloud in space. And it can be full of different things. It can have different, like, molecular composition. It can have dust, or it can have, you know, like ice, I think. I'm not sure about ice, actually. But it can be a place where stars are born. It can be a place where that is created when stars die. And basically, it's just like these incredibly beautiful and massive and majestic and terrifying and extremely powerful wispy bodies of matter that are kind of scattered over vast, enormous spanses, right? So like, oh, here's like a red one. Here's a red one. So as we're going through, you can see that like there's quite a large variety of different shapes and different sizes and compositions and also colors of nebulae. I'll say nebulae because I think the technically, linguistically, the correct plural is nebulae AE, but I mean, like, pretty much everybody says nebulas. It's not a big deal if you hear somebody say nebulas rather than nebulae or whatever. It should be more like nebulae, something like that, right? But anyway, nebulas is fine. So that's what nebula is. Big old cloud in space. Okay, so then what the fuck is a redshift nebula? So I was curious about this, right? Is there such a thing as a redshift nebula? Redshift nebula. So, redshift nebulae refer to nebulae clouds of gas and dust that are observed to be redshifted. Interesting. Okay, so let's keep the AI thing on pause for a second, and then let's go through, and of course this comes up. Let's go through and look at some of the other results that come up for redshift nebula, right? So, here we have an article on the redshift of extragalactic nebulae. We have an article on redshift, cosmological redshift, extragalactic nebulae. What you will find is there isn't, as far as I can tell, actually a class or category of nebula that is called a redshift nebula. Now, it may be the case that I just haven't picked this up yet, right? But from what I could find in my time spent searching, there is no such thing as a redshift nebula. It's not like a class or a kind or a species or a gender of nebula, right? Okay, so what does this term even mean? What in the hell is redshift? Well, Zarya kind of beat me to it. Let me see if I can find a little YouTube example. I think there is like a little short or something like that. Okay, you can see I've seen some of these before. Let's try this one. I think I watched this before and I think it was okay.
Hello everyone and welcome to our universe. Today we'll be answering the question, what is redshift? So this is going to be quite a quick video, basically explaining what redshift really is. So
keeping in mind that redshift in general is something that can apply to different things. It's not a type of nebula, as we saw before. So what exactly is it? How does it work? That's the goal of kind of delving into this.
Astronomers often use the term redshift to describe how far away objects really are. To understand what cosmic redshift is, we must think about sound.
It's a great example, and this is something that's very easy to test too. If you basically just like go outside and listen to any sound kind of approaching you.
A great example of this is a police car. You hear its siren because the waves travel through the air into your ear. If the police car is moving, then the sounds in front of it are compressed and create a higher frequency sound, and the sound waves behind it are stretched out, creating a lower frequency sound.
Yeah, so hopefully that makes some sense. If you are standing and like a car is coming towards you, like imagine if you ever heard like that trope in movies, right, where like a truck will drive by somebody, and as it's blaring its horn, it goes like, "Meow, meow," and you hear the pitch kind of go down as it goes by. What's happening there is that as the thing is coming towards you fastly, the sound that it's making is also like projecting forward from the vehicle, like from the horn, right? But as the sound is coming forward towards you, it's also kind of like bumping into itself and squishing together. And when sound squishes together, it sounds more high-pitched. And then when the car goes away from you, okay, well now the sound is going away and the opposite effect happens, right? It becomes more stretched out. And the same thing happens with redshift, right? And blue shift. When something like a big astrological body is moving towards us really fast, the waves of light get kind of squishy and they look a bit more blue. And when it gets further and further away and it gets faster and faster away from us, if those same things start moving away from us, the faster they start moving, the stretched, like more and more stretched out those waves get, and so they look more red. So for sound, squishy means the pitch goes way up, and stretchy means the pitch goes down. But for light, rather than pitch going up, it's the light gets more blue, and rather than pitch going down, it's the light gets more red. Hopefully that made some sense.
As the police car passes in front of you, you would hear the familiar Doppler shift. Light is quite similar. It also travels in waves, and it's quite a similar process to what is happening within the waves. Light waves are able to be compressed and stretched, just like sound. But with sound, you would change the frequency, but with light, you change the color. Blue light has shorter wavelengths than red. When an object in space moves towards us, the light waves are compressed into higher frequencies. And this is why the light is blue shifted. It's shifted towards the shorter wavelengths.
Right, so something that you might be becoming aware of as we're talking about this is that something in the sky that looks blue is not necessarily blue shifted. Something that in the sky that looks red is not necessarily red shifted, in the same way that like a horn that has a low note from a car is not necessarily pitched down, and a horn that has a high note from a car is not necessarily pitch shifted up. This is like a filter, essentially. This is like an extra step. It's like a DLC, I guess you could say, to the existing light, where like the light itself is whatever color it is, but then we're looking at it from a distance, and it's going to look different to us based on whether or not it's getting closer or further away from us, right? So we can have an object that looks blue that's not blue shifted at all. We can have an object that is blue that is actually red shifted, but it's only red shifted a little bit. We can have an object that's red that's actually blue shifted, but just not by much, and everything in between, right? It all comes down to how much how far away the object is, if that makes sense, and I'm sorry, how fast away it's moving from us as well. Okay, I'm gonna catch up to chat in just a second.
But when an object moves away from us, the light waves are now stretched. These waves now go into the lower frequencies, and this is what's known when light goes to redshifted. It shifts to the longer wavelengths. So how do we calculate distance by using redshift? Well, the light from the most distant objects in our universe is redshifted, very redshifted, as seen from Earth. And this is basically because the universe is expanding.
Notice that he didn't say that galaxy is a redshift galaxy, or that galaxy was emitting redshift light, but rather that it is redshifted with, like, from our perception, right?
That the further away a galaxy is, the faster it is moving. And the faster a galaxy moves, the more its light is redshifted. So by measuring the amount of redshift is a great way to measure the distance of the galaxy relative to Earth. By using cosmic redshift, astronomers are able to measure the distance of galaxies as far as 12 billion light years away. With the latest technology that we have in space telescopes and ground-based telescopes, we are pushing this cosmic redshift limit even further back.
Okay, so I think that gives us a good overview. Please let me know if you have any questions, either in chat or in the comments if you're watching this back. The idea that I was trying to develop here is that the term redshift, there's a couple of very important things to understand. That something that is red in the sky, in the stars, in the cosmos, is not necessarily red shifted. That something that is red shifted is not necessarily red in color. That something that is like a nebula, for example, that is red, may actually be red for other reasons. Like, I think hydrogen glows red, and so if there is a lot of hydrogen in a given nebula, it will appear red, right? Redshift is not actually you can't tell if something is red shifted just by looking at it, because it's not a matter of whether or not it's red. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's actually currently visibly red. It's basically a measure of whether or not it looks redder than it would be if it weren't moving away from you. So unfortunately, I don't think we can reasonably say at all, I don't think we have any idea whatsoever whether or not this thing, I'm going to assume that the thing that he's talking about is the schmutz back here, like not the aurora, but the actual like weird kind of gassy drawn out stuff that's in the shape of the circle, the red stuff back there. There's absolutely no way for us to know whether any of that is redshifted. It's impossible. Like, it could be any number of different things that are, it could be redshifted a little bit, it could be redshifted a lot, it could be redshifted none at all, it could be red just because it's full of hydrogen. We really don't know anything about that astrological body. Astronomical body. I should just say cosmic body. Not astrological. Jesus, like not that. Astronomical body. Because we just don't have any data on it. And just saying that because it's red shifted, and because red shifted things are like moving fast away from us, means that this space is infinite in size. I will grant that if we had a comment from one of the characters being like, oh yes, the Redshift Nebula has accelerated even further, you know, that would push us closer to the idea that this space was infinite in size, potentially. Really all it would do was suggest to us that maybe this universe had a big bang. It would suggest to us that, you know, the galaxy is stretching and expanding and doing so at an accelerated rate, but we don't even know if our universe is infinite. It's within the realms of possibility, but we can't even necessarily see the whole universe right now. We can only see things within a certain radius of, like, what is it, 14.8 billion light years or something like that. So we don't even know if our universe is infinite, let alone like this fictional universe that we're being given no clarification on whatsoever. So no, this is not, I'm about to say this is not a Redshift Nebula. That's not me making a positive claim that this is definitely not one of those things, but this is me saying there is no evidence that sufficiently substantiates this being redshifted at all, and there isn't really anything such as a Redshift Nebula. It's not like an official term. And so ultimately, as far as we know, this is just set dressing. It's just a decoration. This could be a nebula, but also keep in mind that, like, for something to appear redshifted to us, it has to be moving really, really fast, really far away. And unless this nebula is like, I'm trying to think. This nebula, for this nebula to be fast, I'm sorry, this is hard to explain. For this nebula to be far enough away from us and moving fast enough away from the camera to appear redshifted, it would need to be so fucking massive, it would be, you know, insane. Because generally when people refer to redshifted things, they're talking about redshift coming off of in galaxies, like extremely distant, extremely massive galaxies, none of which we can see with the naked eye. So for this, as far as I'm aware, like in our real world anyway, so for this to actually be a redshifted nebula, if we apply the same kind of like galactic scale that we normally use when talking about redshift on galaxies in our world, then this would have to be like fucking enormous, like unfathomably huge. Yeah, I think something like that. Anyway, I'll let Saria grade my astronomy exam over here, and hopefully won't dock me too many points for saying astrology more often than I should have, which is 0. I should never have said it in the first place. But let's see. I got some catching up to do. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting there. The whole argument that fate characters can't even destroy a planet, says Kona, is flawed because the counterforce literally prevents them from doing so. Oh, I see. Cool. So that, yeah, it's important to understand if there's like a direct counter that allows for, that explains why this thing hasn't happened yet. That's important context. Lore scaling, taking dubs as always. Are you referring to like the Naruto / Boruto lore? Or is that lore specifically something in the other universe y'all were talking about, the Fate universe? Kona says also there's an ability called Reality Marbles, which some Fate characters can use, and domain expansions are inspired by that. Like Yuta's domain is literally Jiro's Reality Marble. It reminds me of the scene at the end of Men in Black, where they're like throwing those little marbles that contain, I think it's just galaxies, but it could be universes. DE Better. Not sure what that's referring to, but that's cool. He has ascended beyond Naruto. He is Reddit. Yes. Well, you see, I use the ancient and sacred art of Google Foo, and I spent an hour Googling what AMS is of a nebula, and therefore I know more than Sage does. I'm the true Sage now. Will absorb his power. No, I mean, like, obviously, this is a very cursory, very elementary understanding of these topics, but that's kind of my point. Like, I could try to study up and, like, give a lecture on, what the hell was it that came up in the, I was looking at the wiki for this, and it said something about, like, there was a particular kind of particular energy. You know what? Fuck it. Here we go. Right. So this is Narutopedia, and this is their entry on the unidentified world, which is what we've been looking at. And this is what they say. In the novelization, it is described as a planet with russet-colored terrain bathed in the synchrotron radiation of a dying red sun, which produces its brilliant auroras. Rather than an apparent orchard for god trees, the stump of the god tree that Momoshiki harvested is located in the heart of a ruined metropolis brimming with corpses, and it notes that Momoshiki effortlessly destroyed the world and its entire population for no other reason than to harvest its chocolate fruit. Momoshiki described. Okay, so the point is that, like, I did take, like, some time and look up synchrotron radiation, and I tried to evaluate whether or not the synchrotron radiation from a dying red sun was what was causing the auroras in the stars, and I was like, okay, this is where I'm gonna draw the line for today. Like, I'm gonna start talking about synchrotrons. That might be a little out of the scope, because the point of this, in my opinion, is that anybody should be able to understand this stuff because it's a shonen anime, right? Like, all the stuff being presented to us shouldn't require a degree. We can all figure this out together. We can all find these answers within a couple hours of work, and hopefully help each other better understand it and just clear up the misconceptions. I hope I've done a decent job at that. Granted, I'm not an expert, but hopefully I've at least advanced the conversation a little bit, right? This is why I said fight or flight, engage, and fight is an option. Okay, good. I'm eager to hear your thoughts, and if they wind up being scrappy, all the better. Scrappy in the sense of like looking for a fight. Let's see. On a side note, Kaguya's Ame no Minaka is one of my more favorite jutsu, although it barely scratches my top 10. It's really cool. It's iconic. It's terrifying. It's really well designed as well. I really enjoy it. I'm also just saw like a giant robot cat in the bottom of the screen. That was cool. Saria says, this is exactly what I said. I asked before why Momoshiki's background isn't red just because it's an intense villain color. Yes, exactly. Like, I don't know. It's... That's something that we don't seem to be very good at in the power scaling community, is just like letting people have fun, you know? Like, how about this? Instead of this being like a Redshift Nebula that like significantly contributes to the idea that Momoshiki created this entire universe, and it scales directly to ours, and this is definitely his universe that he created, and that, how about it just looks pretty? Like, how about it's just like colorful and pretty and cool? How about like the artists wanted to put him on an alien planet that he conquered and make him like happy that he conquered it and looking at all the cool shit? Like, that also doesn't conflict with anything. That also doesn't break the rules of the universe. That's also a plausible argument. I just want to make things look kind of cool. Hey, look, this kind of looks like Saturn. It kind of looks like somebody took a JPEG of Saturn and stretched it a little bit and changed it a little bit, and here it is. This means that this is literally Saturn, right? And that fucking Momoshiki ate the rings and then shot out stars. No, it just looks cool. Like, and we can approach this and enjoy the artistry of it and luxuriate in all the colors and stuff, but then also try to apply like a critical understanding to it. We can do both of those things, right? It's not one or the other, but I think there's not enough room left for this, for just having fun with the visuals, and also just allowing for the fact that like maybe the creators don't know what a fucking Redshift Nebula is, but do think that this is cool and did a really good job. Maybe they didn't sit down and say like, okay, if we want to put an aurora in the sky, we have to make sure that there are synchrotrons coming off of a fucking dying star next door, because otherwise we can't put an aurora there. Like, maybe they just wanted the aurora to be there. Like, and I'm not trying to be dismissive, because I think it's important to try to it is good and healthy and respectful to the content creators, to like the manga authors and animators and all that, to actively analyze and scrutinize and try to understand their work, and to give them the benefit of the doubt that they did actually try to build a cohesive world. So I'm not trying to say, hey, everybody just turn your brains off and not give a shit. Obviously not. But also, like, just leave some room for not everything to have like a literal corollary that we can then use for scaling purposes. Believe it or not, the anime was not designed for us, this particular segment of the community. Like, what's his name? Kishimoto didn't, as far as I can tell, specifically design his novel to be, his universe to be debated about. If we decide we want to go look for, harvest, and find the scraps of, and put together the puzzle pieces of arguments and scaling chains and pixel calcs and all that, that's up to us. We're making that decision to do that. Like, they're not beholden to our perspective. I don't know why that's such a controversial take, but anyway, getting a little off track. Sorry, as Epona says, sorry, Luan Jax says, sorry, the ref went to VAR and gave you no one back. I'm ref and VAR, I'm guessing, is a programming reference, but I'm not getting the number one thing. But as long as you two are communicating effectively, then I'll just leave you to it. Honorable mention, my friend, honorable mention. Axel Gray, hey, how's it going, Axel? Sorry, it's been a few minutes since you left that comment. Sorry it's taking me this long to get to you. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you're having a good weekend. Holographic sky indeed. It's very beautiful, isn't it? Very, very pretty. It's one of the jutsu I enjoy being on screen a lot, says the one, but it's not on there enough, and there's just a few niche things that keep it from my top 10, number 11. That's fair. I'd be curious, what is your number 6? What's number 6? Konakun says the Dragon Ball universe is stated to be infinite in size multiple times, by the way. That's cool. I'm not like a Dragon Ball knowledgeman, so I will leave that to you if you say it's true. I'm skeptical internally, but for the purpose of this video, I'll just go with it. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Yes, exactly. Let's see. Konakun says, or Luan says, Konakun, from what I recall, the statements come from dubious. Oh, I see. So, it's good that I was a little skeptical, right? The Daizenshou says it's infinite in size. But why should we trust the Daizenshou? I actually don't know what that is. Is that the data book, or is it like I remember talking about that, looking at it a little bit when we did the Boo versus Kid Boo, or Super Boo versus Kid Boo Han versus Kid Boo. Jesus, slow down, take a deep breath. Holy shit. Yeah, I remember talking about that a little bit, but are we to assume that data book or that source is like perfectly credible and all that, like omniscient? Let's see. Maybe, but I don't know if any other source says the DB universe is infinite. Okay, yeah, it's good to look for multiple sources. Kona says it's an anime, it should not require a degree. Exactly. Meanwhile, you literally had to do research just to understand the Fate Watch order. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, like, you basically need a diploma in order to to watch the Naruto anime, just to avoid filler. So that's something, right? Everything is canon in Fate. It's canon event. Cool. Luan says Flying Raijin is a good choice. And I think that's a good placement for it too, because, it's not one of those, like, universe-ending abilities, obviously, but it's incredibly versatile. In the hands of a skilled user, it can be used for offense, for defense, for traversal, for like fake outs. It is somewhat limited, but yeah. Also iconic. Sometimes I think the best abilities are the ones that are just really, really simple, but also very, very versatile and ubiquitous, like Kamui, right? Obito's Kamui specifically basically just does it does two things really, but it like makes him fade out. Yes, he can teleport things into his dimension, he can teleport around with it, but it makes him like transparent essentially. And he can do so much with it, right? It's not like Sasuke's Chidori, where he can turn it into Chidori Senbon, or like electrify the ground or himself, or electrify his Kusanagi or whatever else. Like it just makes him transparent and he can suck people in, right? But he accomplishes so much with that ability. I love abilities like that are very simple on the surface, but also just like have so much depth to them too. Sorry, it says every other data book. Here's some lore for the universe. Oda, this is not. Oh no, I've heard he's got a certain proclivity, but I haven't gotten into that much either. Yeah, One Piece. Vivi over Nami. The only Nami I know is Kona is from League of Legends, unfortunately. So, Luan, you're not a big fan of One Piece. All I know is that the One Piece is real, and that and Crocodile and Gum Gear 5 Punch, right? That's a thing. And the Straw Hat Brigade, right? Okay, that's all. That's all I know about One Piece. I hope that makes me. I got nothing. I hope that makes me. Okay, so I'm gonna stick to what I know here. So yeah. So what have we learned, throughout all this? Well, for one, we've learned that learned a little bit what about a nebula is. We've learned a little bit about what redshift is. We've learned whether or not there's such a thing as a redshift nebula. We also learned to identify which object is it that Sage was talking about, which object in the sky was the Redshift Nebula, because it could have been this thing, like he didn't really specify, but that looks more purpley, so okay, understand how to like pick out a Redshift Nebula if we're looking for one. We didn't really talk much about other possibilities. I think we sort of like vaguely covered it. Like obviously, I don't think anybody here is going to be arguing that like, well, is this the Redshift Nebula, or is this the Redshift Nebula? Or is this the Redshift Nebula? Or is this the Redshift? Like, I think we can all just agree, yeah, that's probably a cloud. That's probably some rocks, Just leave that at that for now. That this is the Redshift Nebula. That's okay. And, yeah, that basically covered the stuff up here as well. Oh, yeah, and then there's the question of this. So, does the Redshift Nebula actually indicate that the universe is expanding? Or that it's infinite? Specifically, does this shit here mean that the universe is expanding or that it's infinite? And we evaluated that and we were like, well, no, because all we know is that there's some red shit over there. That's it. There is a red nebula. We don't know if it's red because if it's red shifted. Even if it was red shifted, all that tells us is that it's moving away from us. It's probably moving away pretty fast, but we actually don't know how fast it's moving because maybe it was already like pretty red and it just got redder. Maybe it's moving really, really fast because it was totally blue and it got super redder. But we don't know. Right? We have no information whatsoever. But funny how coming to the conclusion that we have no information actually involved us gathering a shitload of information. And this is, I think, the paradox of the skeptic, is that we, basically, if you summarize everything I just said, I responded to Sage's position by saying, yeah, but we just don't know. Right? Which is irritating as fuck. Because anybody who does any amount of research or work and puts that forward and says, here it is, I think I've made my case, I think I can prove this reasonably, and then somebody else says, nuh-uh, that sucks, right? But that being said, if we actually do go test things, we learn things, we understand things better on a deeper level, and then we come back and we say, yeah, it just, unfortunately, as irritating as it might be, we just don't know. We don't have enough information. You have not like fully substantiated your claim because your claim is contingent on these things here, and these things here have not been fully adequately evaluated. Therefore, we just have to take the position of we don't know enough about this. And sometimes, as demoralizing, as frustrating, whatever as that can be, that is the only like intellectually honest, like reasonable answer. Sometimes, like a lot of the time in science, we just will not actually know, and we will spend our entire lives searching for some answers that we will never get, and all we will accomplish is just generating data for the next generation to try to figure it out. And then they might do the same, and it might take forever, it might take millennia for all we know to find out the answers to certain things. But unless we're prepared to acknowledge the harsh reality that we don't know stuff, and that sometimes we don't have enough information to go on, then we're not ever going to really learn anything. And I know the rebuttal to that is like, well, I can pass the argument. I think, what did Sage say specifically? Like, I can get that argument through via plausibility. Let me see if I can find his quote specifically. I'll be able to clear that point via likelihood. There's another thing that he said. Pragmatism argument would work against it, things like that, right? Like, so first of all, shout out to Sage for like taking the time to actually write all of this out. And if you want to see the argument or the like full context of the conversation that I had, like, here's my, like, I'm a channel member, so you can see my comment highlighted with a little green thingy. And if you kind of go through here, you can see here's my initial post. Where is it? Here. So here are my concerns. Here are the questions that I raised. And then here's what Sage wrote in reply. Feel free to read it on your own time as well. So, you know, this thing, argumentative weight, okay, I can sympathize with that. I'd be able to clear that point via likelihood. I don't really think so. You know, this is sort of, let's just for context, just so you understand like the conversation that was happening. Let me go and find my thing about the Redshift. So granted, I have learned more about Redshift stuff since then, right? But let's just go with this. I asked, let's start with Redshift Nebula. I don't think this term is accurate. Redshift is a phenomenon that can affect light from any source. I think so, including potentially a nebula, but it's not a type of nebula. Nebulae may emit red light or glow red for other reasons as well. Calling those objects Redshift Nebulas doesn't quite fit. Looking at the screenshots, that purple/red glow might just be an aurora as well. So this is before I noticed that like the ring of the red stuff in the background, so I would retract that part because now I see there's an aurora and then there's also the nebula behind it. But then the way that he responded was, the redshift doesn't necessarily have to come from an expanding universe, but it usually indicates that I'd be able to clear that point via likelihood. Okay, but that wasn't really the problem, right? The problem wasn't that like redshift in general is more or less likely to be correlated with an expanding universe. The idea is whether or not the stuff that we see here is a redshift nebula, because the redshift nebula itself is being used as an indication that this is a universe, right? So there's a little bit of a communication breakdown, unfortunately. But I mean, it's the internet, it happens, it's not that big of a deal. But I guess I find it much more compelling and interesting and hopefully helpful to be the, you know, whiny, annoying skeptic and say, well, I don't know about that, because this is where it leads. It leads us to understanding this whole thing much better. And it honestly doesn't matter at all if you can, well, I shouldn't say that, a little irritated, but like, it's really not impressive, or I guess there's not the outcome that I would encourage to say like I could clear the point via likelihood. It's not a matter of just like clearing, like, you know, getting through a lap in Mario Kart or whatever. It's not about just like, I managed to sneak that one by, I managed to get that one in. Like, it's not a competition. It's about whether or not the argument holds up, like, and whether or not we have enough evidence to make an affirmative, confident stance on the things that we're talking about. So I just feel like the entire approach here is odd, and if I have any influence whatsoever, I would encourage people to just be more curious, ask more questions, poke, prod, nitpick, annoy, investigate, research. And you don't even have to do all that much, right? To just understand a little bit better. Now I'm gonna drink some water. Okay, let's see. The One Piece is fake. All I know about it is that it is apparently real, but I'm guessing that it is some source of contention in the universe if it needs to be shouted that loud in the first place. The one says, I haven't read One Piece, but I watched the anime until Alabasta and got burnt out. I tried to watch it a few times. Like I checked out some clips. I have no good reason for this or no explanation, but I hate characters with stretchy arms. Just like rubbery, stretchy characters. I saw Monkey. I don't know why his name has to be Monkey, but whatever. I saw him stretch out his arms to do a punch, and it made me queasy, and so I turned it off, and I can't watch it. I just can't deal with it. That's a very petty reason to not be into a series, but it's just realistically when I sit down and I hear him he's just like screaming and screeching and stretching. His arms are stretching. I can't do it. I gotta move on. I can't think about it. Stretchy arms. It's like my kryptonite. Sorry says, oh, Luan says, I still have a lot of respect for it as a series, but it's not for me. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. Like, you can appreciate the artistry and the legacy and the influence without enjoying it the same yourself, right? Sorry says, I have finally proved time travel. No, me, to be honest, as soon as I get a job in the astrophysics field. Yep, I think I'd be very, very curious to see where you go with all that. I don't know if I want to start a whole thing, because I understand it's a bit of a spicy topic, but are you at all familiar with Sabina Hofstetler? I think her name is. I'll just ask the question open-endedly and leave it at that. Wait, John hates Reed Richards. Who's Reed Richards? Oh, is he like a Marvel superhero or a DC superhero that has stretchy powers? I guess I don't hate Elastigirl for some reason. Maybe I don't know. Something, maybe it's because I'm not going to psychoanalyze myself on stream. I don't mind Elastigirl for whatever reason. So maybe it's just like I don't like Gumby and I don't like Luffy. Maybe there are some other characters that I haven't seen yet that I could potentially tolerate. So I will give this, how do you say, where's the message? Reed Richards. I will give Reed Richards a try if you think I should. This Redshift Nebula is reminding me of Tsukino Meh for some reason. Yeah, that's her. Sorry says, YouTube, give John membership so I can be a member and he can make a Skittles emote just for me. Oh man, I'd be happy to. I would like, I don't like the idea of charging for things like that, but if I can find a way to add emotes, I'd be happy to. Someone blocked me for being skeptical about Jinwoo scaling. Oh, that sucks. I'll admit I was being a bit of an ass. Well, you're in good company here, so you'll get no judgment from me. But he was just saying some egregious things. Sometimes you just need to vent, you know. I understand. It's very frustrating too when like you feel like a series that is near and dear to your heart is being misrepresented, right? It kind of gets under your skin a little bit. Konokun says, my favorite type of characters are the ones who are arrogant but has the power to back up that arrogance. Interesting. So would that be like the first person I thought of was the antagonist in part 1 of hang on, what's her name? Oh, I probably shouldn't Google it because it's gonna be risky for YouTube, but is it Satsuki? The lady who is the antagonist to in the first part of Kill la Kill. She's got like the white outfit with the blue highlights, like the sort of half mech, half outfit thing that she's wearing. She seems to fit that category. Damn it, Axel. Don't expose me. Let's see. How to lose my... Oh yeah, there's a vicious battle here going on between Kona and Saria for dominance in the Naruto Cosmology chat hierarchy. You're just gonna have to fight it out, man. You'd like Aomine Daiki if you've ever watched Kuro Kuro's basketball. I'm afraid I'm totally adrift with all that stuff, but I'm happy to check out any of that if you think it's worth checking out. Yeah, I could have just said Vegeta, sorry. Instead of being like fumbling for like a full ass minute on that Kill la Kill character. But that's just like, I closed my eyes and I was like trying to think of that character, and that's the first one that popped into my head because she's just so supremely confident and in command of the situation, right? She's like untouchable. But I'll see you begging for it. Good, I love this. Yeah, I kind of self-reported there with the Elastigirl thing, didn't I? Oh well. It's her confidence. She, like, genuinely though, she happens to be very confident and very cool in general. So the fact that her anatomy terrifies me, specifically with the stretchiness, to be clear, I can overlook that, and you know, it's what's inside that counts, even if the inside is rubber. Being robbed in first place. Esdeath? I'm not sure what Esdeath is. I think I missed a message. Oh, you said I'm aware of them. Oh yeah. Maybe I'll chat with you in Discord about it sometime. I like this creator called, well, okay, so I don't really have guilty pleasures. If I like something, I'm not guilty about it. But, the one exception is Professor Dave Explains, the science educator who also does debunks of, various other, like, pseudoscience and anti-scientific thought. And I enjoy them, but wow, he is such an asshole. He is like really, really mean and spiteful and like unnecessarily super fucking mean. And sometimes it's really, really funny because sometimes the people that he's going up against are like, Dave is an asshole in the sense that like he says mean things, but he says mean things, and at the end of the day, he's saying them to people who are actually getting thousands and thousands of people killed by spreading horrible misinformation. Like, he is pissed because he's speaking out against, you know, really dangerous people with really dangerous ideas, and he gets worked up. I still don't really like it, but I can at least, like, overlook it because of that. But I also feel conflicted about it because it's like, you can kind of expose somebody for being a complete hack fraud without then calling all of their followers like fucking drooling troglodytic brain dead morons who couldn't like scrape a fork across a plate to feed themselves. Like, come on, man, you have to be that that fucking mean. But anyway, there's something not right about that girl. Sorry, says, wait, no, I think that's Akamega Kill. Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that much of that. I know you're not stupid. There's a lot of stuff. Kill la Kill, Akagema Kill, Akamega Kill. Like, there's a lot of similarity. I think in some of the scenes that I've seen, like the setting is kind of similar. The art style is very different, but if you took two random screenshots, depending on which ones they were, you might see the similarities, especially with the level of like gore and intensity and stuff like that. So, my guilty pleasures are terrible isekais. I just can't help but watch them. Are there actually any good isekais? I don't mean that as like a shitty question. Like I think isekai have like a pretty bad reputation in general, right? Or am I just misinformed? The one says, "What terrible isekai exactly help a brother out?" Yeah, exactly. This is now the this is no longer the Naruto stream. This is the terrible isekai exchange warehouse. Please help each other out. Okay, so I take a bathroom break in a second. So now that we've talked about this, the next thing I want to address is also sort of a minor point, but Sage in his video, let's see if I can find the exact point. He makes a claim about Urashiki, and uses the discussion of Urashiki to then come back to discussing Boruto as well. So it's like, it's not just like, hey, this is a random part of the series I thought I would mention, but this is also like something that is directly relevant to the other scaling. So hopefully you'll see what I mean as I go. So let me just play a couple little clips. It's going to take me a second to find them. But let's go from the 7:36 minute mark.
Planetary. We actually have...
Oh yeah, one sec.
Moving a planet an infinite distance would be bare minimum planetary. We actually have a calc for Toneri moving the moon over the thousands of miles that he did. That gets the force required for that to large planetary. So now imagine what the calc would be in moving an entire universe.
Okay, so I just want to focus on something here. We're going to be talking about Toneri, or Toneri, and one of the things that's going to come up is the idea that since he moved the moon, he is moon level. And you'll notice here that the mass of the moon listed is 7.73, etc., kilograms. This is the mass of our moon, of Luna, in our universe, right? And this is a calc that, like, Sage kind of clued me in later. This calc comes from fandom, but the calc seems to be copy-pasted to fandom from VSB. We can take a look at this calc in a sec, if you like. But basically, this calc is like slightly outdated or slightly incomplete because there was some discussion on that other page where they were like, let's actually assume that if you haven't seen, okay, hang on one second. If you haven't seen, this is so convoluted. All right. So at the end of Shippuden, there is a movie called The Last, and it is canon as far as I know, and it is continuous with the story. In that story, if you're not familiar with it, just in case anybody is not familiar, there is an Otsutsuki descendant. It's actually like a descendant of Hamura, but, you know, part of the Otsutsuki clan, called Toneri. Toneri lives on the moon. He specifically lives inside the moon, and the interior of the moon is hollowed out, and there's basically like an entire little country inside the moon, complete with oceans or seas, whatever, complete with forests, complete with a quote-unquote artificial sun, and a day and night cycle and everything, and clouds and everything. We'll take a look at that in just a second. As a matter of fact, here, I'll give you a little preview of what we're going to see. Right, so here, they go inside the moon. When Naruto and them show up and are looking for Toneri at a certain point in the movie, they go through a little cave and a little portal, and they wind up inside the moon, and this is what they see. Right? This is inside the moon. Now, if you're wondering why this island up here looks like it's floating, it's not actually floating. It's actually the interior of the space is curved, if I'm interpreting this correctly. And so basically, like, you see how it's kind of curved up to the side, etc. So this is the interior of the moon, and these islands, quote unquote, the water, etc., is essentially like adhering to the shell of the moon. And there's other stuff. These birds are size. I don't know if there's actually any water, any fucking wildlife for real in this interior of the moon. You can also kind of see that there was a civilization here, so clearly there's food sources because there were people living here. There's also, let's see, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. I was trying to look for pictures of the interior space where, yeah, so then like they go inside the moon, and inside the moon there's a smaller moon, and then inside that there's another smaller moon. Like, there's a whole bunch of crazy shit that happens that we can talk about in more detail in just a little bit. Okay. So this is Toneri. This is, well, like his final form. This is him looking very alluring, I must say. But yeah, so hopefully everybody is kind of familiar with that at this point. Go watch the movie if you haven't yet. It's pretty good. Got a lot of it's the best scarf type Naruto movie that I've ever seen. You'll know what I'm talking about. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Truck-kun should be the name of the I should have had, like, I was gonna have like a little animation of a truck making the like Doppler sound. That could be Truck-kun. Overlord and Eminence and Shadow. Well, my favorites are ReZero. Oh, I've heard of that before. I've been reincarnated as a slime. That sounds cool too. I've seen that on Netflix, I think, but I haven't watched it yet. And Killing Slimes for 3. Is that really the name of a fucking, I've been killing slimes for 300 years and have maxed out my level? Is that the name of an anime? Kind of amazing. Oh, sorry I mentioned Speed Racer. Okay, this is your fault.
He's going over that cliff.
Congratulations, you have now seen one of my favorite clips of all time. I'm glad I got an excuse to share that with you. Totally normal sound that a human being makes when falling off a cliff or falling out into the water in a car. I would put it past anybody to watch that clip and or I would challenge anybody to watch that clip and then dare to say that they're not a Speed Racer fan. You can't watch that clip and then not like Speed Racer. It's impossible. Season 1 of Slime. It was actually pretty cool. Never heard of it. Need to watch the anime. I'm just kind of skimming through y'all's conversations. Good. I really appreciate that you guys are like keeping the conversation going. It's really awesome. Konaguns I didn't know at the time. Okay, I don't remember how I first... for a second, I thought, Konakun, your last message was the title of yet another anime. Getting more and more elaborate. Anyway, so the point of me bringing all this up is that this is sort of outdated or incomplete because this is just literally the mass of our moon. And the moon, first of all, I am skeptical as to whether the moon in Naruto is literally the same at a baseline as ours, if like the overall dimensions, the circumference of it or whatever are the same. The actual like picture of the surface of the moon, this is from the last, right? Looks a lot like ours, right? It's not quite the same, but it's basically, or actually it is, it's just kind of like shifted down so you can't quite see that major crater on the bottom, but I mean it looks the same, right? So technically speaking, I mean, like maybe they were just lazy and grabbed a JPEG of the moon, but I think that would be kind of rude to suggest. So I think it's more like, yeah, at a baseline, you could argue that it's supposed to be the same, at least in appearance, as our moon. The issue is, though, that just because it looks like it on the surface doesn't mean that it actually is the same size, for reasons why we'll get into in a little bit. But even so, even if it is exactly the same size, this moon mass amount is just literally copy pasted from our Luna, and we know very, 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 very clearly that a large portion of the moon is hollowed out in Boruto. How large remains to be calculated, remains to be seen, right? But it needs to be taken into account, and they eventually, on VSB, I think they settled on like, well, let's just assume it's 15% of the interior of the moon is hollowed. I don't like that calc, I don't like that assumption, but anyway, we can save that for later.
That said, this does lend credence to the idea that Kaguya's time spaces are actually full universes, but even if you just consider it to be the size of a solar system, since her ETSO was considered an immediate threat and not one that would take years on end to do the job it was intended to do, we can safely say that it would have destroyed her dimension in a relatively short amount of time.
That wasn't...
Since Momoshiki's parallel universe is already a full universe, as evidenced by the existence of Redshift Nebulas in
Okay, that was the clip I should have played. I'm sorry, let me play that again.
Universe is destroyed her dimension in a relatively short amount of time. Since Momoshiki's parallel universe is already a full universe, as evidenced by the existence of Redshift Nebulas in
Yeah, that's just a complete non sequitur. I think we can safely, fairly, and like safely and fairly but firmly say that based on our research on Redshift Nebulas before, that the presence of a Redshift Nebula has nothing to do with whether or not a universe is the same size as our universe. Setting aside the fact that we haven't evaluated whether or not this whole space is Momoshiki's creation, that in and of itself I don't think really holds up.
In said universe, it would be
but specifically, let's just hear him out, sorry.
the case that he would be outputting bare minimum multi-galaxy levels of attack potency, but likely using 4D hacks to accomplish the job, as time does flow in this dimension, meaning that he wouldn't have just created the 3 dimensions of space.
Okay, so this is getting off the topic of what I wanted to talk about. Okay, let's see. I want to find the part where we're going to talk about Urashiki. I think, yeah, okay, here we go. So, Start from here. This is a 10-minute mark.
higher. So the best metric we have for Boruto actually comes from
Oh, the one Jack sends that's hilarious, bro. The animation gave me so much nostalgia. Yeah, I used to actually watch that with my grandma. I don't know why she was really into it, but she was a big Speed Racer fan. Hanakun says, I mean, you can blame he literally in a woman's body, and hey, he's genderless, so Rimuru is smashable. I'll take your word for it, man. I, you know, not that I'm a particularly picky person to begin with, but can't say that I. Okay, I think Toneri is just a little cute, just a little bit, maybe just a little bit. Something like, apart from the fact when he, you know, abducts children and steals people's eyes and tries to commit genocide, you know, when he's not doing that, he's very charming. Just to be clear, so nobody thinks I'm weird, this version of him specifically is the one that I'm into. Anyway.
From a verifiable speed feat, Urashiki traveling from the camp.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Luan Jack says, my first anime crush was Sakura, but in cartoon it was Gwen 26. Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. That's a good choice. I think a lot of younger folks will probably gravitate towards Starfire. I've heard that is a like a popular like teen fucking animated crush. I'm trying to think if I had anything when I was a kid that I was like. I mean, like pretty much everybody. I think I thought like Lola Bunny was cute for you know at least 2 or 3 weeks. But yeah, I'm not gonna. This is not a rate your anime crush stream, so I will just like blanket validate your affections. Like, good job, everyone. Yeah, Sakura was definitely, I think, yeah. So when I was a kid, I preferred Temari. I like Temari a lot, and Anko. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's all coming back to me now. Anko was like my number 1, and then Temari was number 2, and then Sakura was above Hinata, at least in part 1. But yeah, it was back when I was like much younger. Something about Anko though, like her energy and her like frenetic nature and her like slight manic bloodthirst. I don't know why, but like when I was a kid, like that was what I was really into. I wanted to be like, I was very attracted to people who could and might just like totally end my existence, but wouldn't, because you know we had a special bond or something. I don't know what that says about me. I feel like I'm doing too much like psychoanalysis on this stream, but make of it what you will. Sorry, it says Raikage, Roshi, Piccolo, Eggman. Yeah, exactly. What a fucked up, but also kind of awesome thing to have in common. Have you guys seen? Guys seen this?
The following program is
stop.
The use of the parental lock.
Here we go.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife, and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before this on YouTube.
Okay, so I know that seemed like a random inclusion, but we're talking about moon level feats. And you see Dr. Eggman over here actually did a moon level feat. We can tell it's the moon because, I mean, it looks like the moon. It's the moon. There it is. And he's firing the laser at it. But see, here's the thing, right? Like, if I want to be skeptical about this as well, I could say, well, technically speaking, we don't know for sure what the dimensions of this thing are. But if we could find a scale of, like a frame of reference, if we put like Sonic on screen here, and we could say like Sonic is the size of 1/10 of one of these fans or something like that, then we could get the dimensions of this, and then we could get the dimensions of the like circumference of this laser beam, and then we could use that to try to get an idea of like how big this crater is, and then extrapolate that to find the actual size of the moon. That's kind of the the approach that I would take, right? Is like, so there's like, I know this was like a silly diversion, but we can apply this back to our discussion of Toneri. Like, what is it? What is a better approach for actually understanding the series? First of all, we don't have to do any of this. We could just watch the series and just laugh at it. We could just have fun. We could like play. What is this from? Like Sonic Adventure 2? I forget. We could just watch this, play the game, have fun, and not fucking overthink it. But if we, for whatever fucking reason, we wanted to actually power scale it, how would we do this? Would we just look at this and say, well, this is the moon because it's the moon, because look, it's the moon? Or will we try to actually get a calc and do all of that work, which is a pain in the ass, and like only very special types of people will actually go out of their way to do all of that work and find it fun, whereas the rest of us will just bicker over it. I much prefer bickering than doing math, to be completely honest. But that's how we would do it, right? That's how we would approach the situation, try to develop a better understanding for Dr. Robotnik's super laser piss, which is moon level. Anyway, Lawan Jack says, I was 12 years old and was super into Mean Girls for some reason. Yeah, I just saw Sorry Switches too. Yeah, me too. I don't know why it was. It's just, like, I was playing Deltarune, and the character of Susie, like, if I met a character, like somebody like Susie when I was in, like, middle school or high school, however old they are, then I would have, like, totally had a huge crush on them at that time. I don't know why. It's just something about... It's like not true actual vicious meanness or cruelty that doesn't appeal to me, but like people who have like a little bit of an edge, but then also a softer side, so you get to kind of see like the full spectrum of their personality. That's really, really cool. So there's something also kind of inspiring about people who are just like very honest and straightforward and like willing to like live with their like full display of their personality, right? So. What? Why are you saying stop? What did I do? Is it the piss scaling, or like admitting that I used to like tsundere archetype girls? I don't know which faux pas I'm currently committing. Please let me know. Yeah. Snapcube is like it's really great. I love them. What? I don't understand. I'm actually starting to get nervous. Like, did I say something stupid? What? I mean, like, I definitely said something stupid. Did I say something stupid that's gonna, like, come back to haunt me? Is the question. Sorry is making me lose my mind now. I mean, I don't know. Do I like Raven from Teen Titans, says Axel? I don't know. I've never actually watched much of Teen Titans. I've only ever seen memes, and I remember just like you know, seeing like people post like memes of Starfire and of, I think that's Starfire's from that same series, right? You see, I don't even really know the characters, but I can't really say. Okay, I see. Yeah, so I just lured you in like a Tsukuyomi to my personal dream. We're gonna talk about how ever since I was a kid, I liked the idea of dating women who could beat the shit out of me. That's what this stream is about. Well, I mean, like Naruto, it's relevant to how do I dig myself out of this? It's relative to Naruto because he had a crush on Sakura, and Sakura would punch really strong him on the ground, and there was some panels where he said, "I better not get hit by her because she'd kill me." And there was like 2 or 3 times that the same joke was used. Kishimoto really liked that joke and he kept using it. And so when I was a kid, I read Naruto and I saw that and I identified with the protagonist and that got in my head. And hey, if he likes it, I don't see what the problem is with it. I don't see what the problem is with having a girlfriend who could just like punch through your skull at the slightest provocation. Keeps things interesting, right? Anyway. Sorry for boring you with my discussion of anime crushes. Let's get back to the nitpicking like pseudo cosmology. So might as well timestamp this to Luan says, we know Sasuke's into being dominated. Is that the case? Where are you getting that from? Not like I'm saying that you're wrong, but I don't remember that specific scene. Let me know. Now I'm curious. Oh, hey, D-Mel, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for enabling me to like reveal my proclivities on air. Sakura don't play, says Lamont. Yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're having a good weekend. I'm glad that you resonate with with what I'm saying. I feel like this is a safe space for us to geek out about this stuff, right? I think we're all kindred spirits on this topic. Anyway, more nitpicking time. This time we're going to talk about Toneri, and we're going to talk about the stars. So, start from the 10-minute mark.
For Boruto actually comes from a verifiable speed feat, Urashiki traveling from the Cancer constellation all the way to the moon in less than a year.
Okay, I lied. We're actually going to talk about Urashiki. So, let's do that one more time.
So, the best metric we have for Boruto actually comes from a verifiable speed feat.
Okay, so, the idea here is that we're starting to talk about putting characters into speed tiers that might be extremely high. Namely on the order of like faster than light by not just 1 or 2 times, but the orders of millions or even billions. So let's break down the let's break down the arguments. You really think I'm a bad influence, Saria? I mean, like, I don't think that I am. I don't think so. I think we're all just like, well, sure, okay, all right then. I challenge you. I'm sure that you have at least one embarrassing anime crush in your mental portfolio, and I would challenge you to join us and to admit this is a safe space. We're not going to laugh at you out loud. Share your equally embarrassing, cringy, waifu, and like anime waifu take. And I'll give you a free emote when I finally like make it big and get monetized. All right, I'll give it to you for free anyway. But anyway, so yeah, so we're gonna actually be talking about Urashiki. I want to break down what's happening in the scene over here. So 10:06-minute mark, and basically, what we see is we see 3 stars, right? And those 3 stars, 2 of them light up, and then we pan down a little bit. And we have this phrasing on the bottom that says, the comet has entered the constellation. Okay. And I'm going to start and stop a little bit because I want to be very careful what we see here. Okay. Scroll down a little bit.
All the way to the
and then, oh, all of a sudden, a cut. Right? A quick cut of the camera.
moon in less.
And now we see something that looks like a comet, sort of, slam down onto the surface of the moon. Okay. There's a few frames over here. Now there's a little bit of a film grain effect that's being applied, so it's a little distorted, but you can kind of tell there's a white thing that comes down, it shoots into the moon, and kaboom.
Year. This is where things actually get pretty nutty.
And here's whoa, it's actually kind of an awesome panel to stop on. Here's Urashiki, and if you're not familiar with Urashiki, Urashiki is one of the Otsutsuki, and he's just like a third member who shows up with Kinshiki and Momoshiki. He's just an asshole with a fishing rod. The fishing rod can suck out your chakra. He shows up before them. He lands on the moon. He fucks with Toneri, and then like he fights some other characters while Naruto and them are fighting Momo and Kin, and then he goes back in time and fights Jiraiya, and we can talk about that later.
If we assume that he traveled there in exactly a year, which probably isn't the case, it's probably less than a year, but again, if it was a year, we can get his travel speed from anywhere between 130 times the speed of light to 3.5 billion times the speed of light. The reason for this is that the closest thing in the Cancer constellation to Earth is the star by the name of Acellus Australis, which is roughly 130 light years from Earth. But
I must have missed it. At some point he says that like the reason why we're even talking about the constellation of Cancer is that when we saw that text at the bottom of the screen that said, you know, the comet has entered the constellation supposedly is the constellation of Cancer. But let's go ahead for a little bit.
But the furthest thing in the Cancer constellation from Earth is the quasar known as OJ287, which is 3.5 billion light years from Earth. Now, there are obviously other things in this constellation that range over a wide variety of distances, so
Gotta look into flocculent. What a cool name, flocculent.
depending on what you pull from and where you think he starts whenever he enters it, you can get a wide variety of numbers. If you want to lowball this
Oh, here we go, yeah.
feat, you'd obviously take the lowest end, but the problem with that is Toneri says Urashiki has entered the Cancer constellation, meaning he's probably on the opposite side of it, heading towards Earth.
Okay, so keep in mind that specific phrasing. Like Toneri says that Urashiki has entered the constellation. Let's keep that specific phrasing in mind.
This would mean that you could legitimately get Urashiki to 3.5 billion times the speed of light fairly easily. Now, it is relevant here to...
Okay, so, and that we could get Toneri, or fucking Urashiki, to 3.5 billion times the speed of light fairly easily. Okay, so again, let's take the non-skeptic approach and let's just say, oh yeah, that makes sense, right? Because we saw a constellation. The constellation looked like Cancer. It kind of flew in front of it, or like we kind of saw a guy fall from the sky and land on the moon, and I guess that's Urashiki, and so he must have come from Cancer, and there he is, and he landed. So that all makes sense, right? We have all the data we need. Now, that means Urashiki's entered the chat, that Urashiki came there and landed on the moon and did so by traveling up to 3.5 billion times the speed of light. Okay. Now, what if we're skeptical about everything I just said and try to investigate it? Where does it take us? Well, let's start with this, right? Found this helpful little video. Saria says Urashiki's entered the chat. The one Jack says, oh, I'm going backwards. I have contaminated the chat. I'm a bad influence on my audience, but Saria then says, how dare you, sir? I'm pure-hearted. To think that I, of all people, would look at the curves of a woman? I'm sorry. I have to apologize for the slander. You know, I assume that everybody here was as depraved and tilted as I am, but I don't want to drag you down with me. So that being said, when you do want to confess... Like I said, everybody here should be chill about that. But no, yeah, I mean, like, genuinely, I hope I didn't make things awkward for anybody. Like, I was just trying to like relate with the topic of the conversation. If I did make things like weird, I'm sorry. Wasn't my intention. Anyway, Lon Jack says tangents. Just put that in your bio. Yes. That should be like part of my like Maven of Tangents. That should be my subtitle specifically. Astro Grace says, everyone keep your skeletons in the closet. No, they should be on full display. They should be on parade at all times. The one says, sorry, Zapona, we must know. Of course, now everybody needs to know, right? Julie from Bakugan. I have no shame on the internet. Good, good, good. Yes, let it all out. That's awesome. Good choice. The one Jack says, holy shit, Bakugan, when last did I hear about that show? Yeah, I haven't heard many people talk about it for a long time. I'll throw another one out there. Excel from Excel Saga. But when I was in high school, I think a friend shared that with me, and I was like, yeah. Bouncy personality, extreme erratic energy, like vague homicidal tendencies. I think we could probably get along. Let's see. Urashiki's under the chat. Sorry says, my fictional crush was probably from Senran Kagura. Katsuraki, don't look her up, it might not be safe because that game is very edgy and I do not trust the fan art. Cool. Cool. Now I'm really curious, but yeah, I'll save it for off of the stream. That's good. I'm glad we can all connect and we can all share our like various forms of awakening on the stream. It's a nice gradient, honestly. Like, let's start off with some whining about the comments section, then move on to nitpicking somebody else's work, then move on to attempting to explain a basic thing in physics that took me like an hour, and now we can go back to more whining about the moon. Honestly, this is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so let's see. So this is just a compilation. The channel is called Anti-Skeptic, and we're looking at various scenes from Toneri throughout Boruto. Remember, Toneri is the moon guy, right? So, see a roof, creepy music, zoom up to the moon. It does look like our moon. And then this happens. Blank sky. And it's very blurry, right? Maybe I can see if I can pull up the actual, like, anime on Crunchyroll or something like that. But it kind of looks like maybe this is the constellation of Cancer. Can I see? Let's take a look. Okay. So Cancer kind of looks like this, right? It's got the two forks, got a few stars in the middle. So it does kind of look like it. It's a little hard to see. It's a little blurry, but you could look at this and be like, okay, yeah, there we go. Cancer. Okay. And this happens. Well, a comet flies across the sky. That was interesting, right? So we see Cancer, and then we see a comet, and then what happens to the comet? The comet goes from the right-hand side of the screen all the way over to the left-hand side of the screen, passing in front of the Cancer constellation. The Cancer constellation is in the background, and the comet is passing in front in the foreground. And then the comet goes away and is gone and flies off screen and starts to go like over there somewhere. Again, Cancer is here, comet is there, comet is leaving, and is gone. Now let's see what Toneri has to say. You don't see a crab yet. Hey man, if there's no crab on screen, then it's not really Cancer. But let's hear what Toneri has to say. Oh yeah, and then we see like two stars light up. And these are, I guess, supposed to be the stars in Cancer as well. Not sure how to exactly place them, but let's just assume they are for now. And then it pans down. Okay, I wrote this down before. I don't know exactly what he's saying. It's something like Kishiku ni hoshibuki wa nagaita, right? I'm gonna get it wrong. Hokibushin. Fuck. I should have written it down. Hokiboshi ga haita. Right. Okay, so I'm not getting it quite right. But earlier today, and I watched the Hulu whatchamacallit, like the English dub. But I also like wrote these words down and looked them up. And what he is literally saying is Kishiku is the name of a constellation. That constellation is analogous to Cancer. Right? So Kishiku constellation. And keeping in mind that that the constellations in Naruto are not like, they don't use the same names as we do necessarily in Western canon, so to speak. But yeah, Kishiku is one of the constellations. It's sometimes referred to as the ghost constellation, or as I've heard some people call it the demon constellation, but I think like ghost is usually the one it gets called. The Italian subtitles, for whatever reason, call it the Constellazione del Demonio, which means the demon constellation. which would put it in the Perseus constellation overall, or the Perseus. Which is another name for like a part of the Perseus constellation or something like that. It's weird. But yeah, it's the first thing he says is Kishuku, which refers to this particular constellation. I don't remember where it is. Somehow I found a website that compared the ghost or demon. Oh yeah, here we go. Tamahome represents a Chinese star mansion known as Ghost or Demon, which in the modern system is the constellation of Cancer. Okay, so there is actually some precedent. I was skeptical initially because obviously like we don't see Toneri mention Cancer. I didn't really see Cancer here. I thought it was a bit of a stretch, but apparently he is actually literally referring to Cancer when he says Kishuku. And the rest of what he says, which I keep on butchering, is just like the comet. The second word, longer word that he says, like ho something something, is comet, and then nigata or whatever means like it went inside. So the thing that he says is literally the comet went inside or entered the constellation of the ghost. Okay, so there is some validity there. I was skeptical, but I did a little bit of poking and prodding, and yes, that basically checks out. However, more to the point, zoom went across the screen and is gone. So yeah, it entered Toneri. Yes, you're correct. It entered the constellation, but then it fucking went away. It left. He's not telling us the full story. Anyway, Saria says, are we power scaling? No, we're vibing. You'd never be able to understand. You're just not on our level, bro. Luan Jack says, who this? Who that? The moon is watching us and nobody is talking about that. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, but I ran out of crazy pills. I need more. Yes. Nice to see our good friend. What's wrong with my brain tonight? Justice for Snarbo. I'll just leave it at that. Tiggy. You can't rig Tig, man. You know what it is. You can't rig the Tig. My brain might be slowly fading, but even I know that you can't rig the Tig. You can't see Cremating Cannon. Anyway, tonight's been a lovely stream, but I gotta catch some Z's. Yeah, no worries, man. I really appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Be safe and get some rest, and have a great week. Remember, lower scaling always takes dubs, and that scaling from a novel is annoying. Yes, 100%. But it's funny as hell, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah, good night. Okay, so what I wanted to establish is that, okay, so like I was initially skeptical about this because I didn't see no fucking crab, and I didn't hear Toneri say nothing about a fucking crab. But I looked it up, and I learned a couple of cool things. One, I learned the word kishuku, which is a cool sounding word. Two, I learned the other words that I forgot. Three is that I learned that there is a difference, but an analog between like Chinese constellations and Western constellations. And then finally, I learned that the comet does enter the constellation, but then it also goes away to the left. So let's continue.
精神の定め、収穫の時は近い。鍵となるのはやはり彼か。
俺の目って白眼なのかな。
So as Sage mentioned, this happens in episode 8 of the Boruto anime, really, very early on. What then happens for the next few episodes up through episode 15 is basically Boruto gets, like, Toneri gives Boruto this eye ability called the Jogan, and with it Boruto is able to see this sort of shadow, this sort of ghost that's plaguing the town. It turns out that shadow is connected to this like weird creature called the Nue. I'll just bring him up for context. Nue. And the Nue is able to essentially drain people's chakra and like kill them. But then also like able to hold on to that chakra and to detonate it. So it shows up and it's being controlled by Sumire, and basically is going to drain the chakra from people and to blow up the village. It's literally going to detonate the chakra that it absorbed outside the village under Sumire's control and kill everybody there. So Toneri gives Boruto the Jogan, this like glowing white eye here, and he's able to detect the Nue, which nobody, including even Naruto himself in Sage Mode, can detect. He's the only one who can do it, I guess, besides Sumire. And he's able to like go into this little pocket dimension and defeat it, and then kind of come back out and rescue Sumire, I guess, and like achieve peace. Now it's also noted by Sasuke. I'll see if I can find the panel for this after, or the time code for this afterwards. But Sasuke also mentions after all of that this is actually one of Kaguya's jutsu, or it's connected to one of Kaguya's jutsu. Essentially, he finds a scroll that shows the Nue, and it shows like this other thing that Sumire was using, and he's like, I can't believe that they got, like, Danzo got, talk about Danzo as well, but I can't believe that these guys got this close to one of Kaguya's jutsu. So it's kind of implied that the little dimension that they go into is actually one of Kaguya's little worlds. They wind up breaking it and escaping from it in the nick of time, and that's sort of all that happens. And that's Boruto is able to accomplish all of that specifically because Toneri gives him this little glowing Jogan eye. Now, after that happens, or right before that happens, at the beginning of that sequence, right, like we see Toneri contact Boruto in a dream.
私は君の夢を通して語りかけている。
夢ってあんた一体。
渦巻きボルト、君の瞳はいずれ来たる破滅に対する希望の星だ。
Okay, so he has, sorry, so basically Toneri has two objectives at this point. He knows that eventually the Otsutsuki are going to show up on Earth, and they're going to like harvest and reap chakra, and it's gonna suck. And he doesn't want that to happen. He's now acting as a protector to the Earth, right? So he's coming to Boruto and he's giving him this eye, and he's warning him that that is going to happen at some point in the future.
Huh?
君の中には希望の力が眠っている。
まさかこの目に。
君はその目で世界の運命を背負うことになる。その目が君を導くだろう。闇を払う光を。
Hopefully I don't get like content spiked for this either. Like copyright. Okay, so now everything happens, right? He gets the Jogan, and then he helps get rid of the Nue, and he destroys like probably Kaguya's little pocket dimension. And then at the end of that episode where that happens, I think episode 14 or 15, we get this scene with Toneri. And, you know, presumably this is the Earth and the sun behind it, right? So he's on the moon looking up.
ヌエの開いた門は閉ざされた。しばらくは上岸の出番もなさそうだね。だが、やはりこれは一時しのぎだ。いずれ神々はこの地に天下る。
Okay, so he mentions that the dimension that was, or like the portal or whatever, was sealed with Nue in it, and all of that shit was prevented. So Toneri did specifically actually know about Nue, and probably knew about it because like it was one of Kaguya's things. But either way, he obviously wants Boruto to help protect the planet from the Otsutsuki when they show up later. But in the meantime, what he was actively doing was he saw a comet passing in front of a constellation and is like, oh shit, time for me to go give Boruto his eye. And then what did Boruto do with that eye? He specifically controlled and like saved the village from Nue. And now Toneri is like, okay, good, glad that that's done with. And then now also the Otsutsuki are eventually going to come, and now I have to worry about that. And he sees what appears to be like a little crack in space-time, and he just like annihilates it or closes it, or however you want to interpret that. So the impression that I'm getting from this is that Toneri overall is aware that at some point in the future the Otsutsuki will show up and it's going to be a problem. In the short term, he sees a comet that passes in front of a constellation, not through it, not into it, but in front of it. And then he says, oh shit, that time is coming. Uses that as a way of telling that, like, oh, okay, this is the appointed time. It's like a calendar, like a clock, right? It's like, okay, goes to Boruto, gives him the Jogan, helps him out with that situation, and then that is concluded. And then he's like, okay, cool, glad I dealt with that. There is also a bigger problem coming, and that problem is signified by the arrival of this crack in space-time, which he then has to repair. So that is kind of how I'm feeling about this. They still haven't explained why he has the Jogan in the manga. Doesn't he get it when he fuses with Momoshiki? I don't think we ever see him use it until after the Momoshiki fight. And all of this stuff is before. Like, the Momoshiki fight doesn't happen until, like, episode 50 or something, I think. Maybe even later. Maybe 60 or something. But yeah, this all happens, like, way before that. Like, an entire year.
運命は常に流転する。ボルト。
Okay, so unfortunately a lot of that was cut off. I'll see if maybe we can... I don't know what episode that's in off the top of my head, so I can go and find it. And then we can... Like, I'd be happy to share it in detail, in context. But what we see happening there is, again, like, there's another crack in space-time, as far as I know, and Toneri seems to be putting in a lot of effort to keep them closed, and he is gradually starting to fade and coughing up blood and clearly not having a very good fucking day doing this.
Boruto.
And then after all of that, now we get Urashiki showing up.
とうとう現れたか、雨粒人。
同じ一族だというのに随分と他人行儀じゃないですか。あなたは。
And obviously this is, like, unfortunately, like, spliced and edited by the person who uploaded it, probably for copyright reasons. So please go watch the episodes in context, you know, like the full episodes.
あんなに悔しい思いをしたというのに、それでもあの星のために体を張ろうだなんて、付け焼き場ですよ。
Skill issue, yeah. I think if the skill is, like, keeping the entire universe from falling apart, then I mean, that's not literally what's happening, but, you know, just to be a little hyperbolic and have fun with it, like, we can give him a little bit of a break, right?
知った風な口を。
その辺はま、俺ら喧嘩上等ってことです。同族を殺す許可は出てないですからね。ダメだ!
Okay, so just to summarize what happens, right? We see a comet pass in front of a constellation and two of the stars light up. And then Toneri says, oh, cool. The comet entered the constellation. The time for the harvest is nearing. I better go help Boruto deal with the Nue. And then eventually he's going to have to deal with the other Otsutsuki. At no point does he ever refer to that comet as Urashiki. At no point does he ever make any commentary about Urashiki himself actually coming closer or anything like that. He just says, like, he refers to Urashiki as celestial being as, like, a title, as an honorific later on, but at the time he doesn't acknowledge that the comet is him or say that that is specifically him. He just sees a comet pass in front of a constellation and then you know, goes and gives Boruto the Jogan, and then that part of the story is concluded. And then after that, he starts to see these little tears show up. He fights back, he presses back against the tears, but eventually he's losing. And then, after that, Urashiki shows up. Now, I'm sorry I don't have this available. I can see if I can go look for it after a little break. Or maybe we can just find it. Urashiki, Momoshiki, Kinshiki. First time they appear. Is it? I think it's this one. Yeah, maybe.
なるほど。トネリさんが目をかけていたのはそういうことですか。いずれこちらの脅威になるかもしれませんね。
No, this wasn't quite what I was looking for.
どちらにしても面白いことになりそうだ。
I'll see if I can. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is what I was looking for.
これもダメか。
Again, this is like edited and spliced for copyright purposes. I think this is supposed to be in one of Kaguya's dimensions. Like Kinshiki and Momoshiki are trying to figure out, like, basically Kaguya was supposed to report in, but she never did. And then they noticed that there's a bunch of like weird space-time shit happening from where she was supposed to be. And so they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with her, why she never checked in, and to head to the planet that she was supposed to harvest and figure out why she's like not doing her job. And so this is, I believe, one of her dimensions, and they're looking for scrolls, like her, like signs of her being there, things that she, like messages she might have left behind. Sasuke, however, has already found some of these places and has already been like looking for her shit. So it might be that he took them, or it might be, I forget at what point in the story this is specifically. It might just be that they were destroyed. I forget why the scrolls aren't here, but that's like what they're doing at the moment.
Momoshiki senpai! 久々に会ったっていうのにいきなりそれですか。はいはい、もちろん調査しましたよ。すぐさまチャクラをいただくとしよう。
Kind of sucks that it's spliced. Okay, you can kind of see.
すぐさまチャクラをいただくとしよう。
So, what, like Urashiki, like we saw in the previous scene, like he's become aware of like the fact that Boruto is a threat. He is getting some work done. He goes to fuck with Toneri and freezes him, and then he's like, okay, I kind of see what's going on here. He goes and he finds Momoshiki and Kinshiki and is like, yeah, so here's the intel you wanted. Shit's going down on planet Earth. We should probably get there like now. And so they open up a portal. I think this is his jutsu. It could be Momoshiki's, but it's Yomotsu Hirasaka. It's the same thing that Kaguya uses. They open up a portal and they get to Earth. And now they're hanging out over Earth. They're just hovering above the Earth. Just informing them of what what's coming up, and then they descend to Earth, right? So obviously, like, the other Otsutsuki are on their way to kind of pick up where we left off. I think, what was it saying? Like, there are these space-time cracks that are happening. The Otsutsuki seem to be able to travel, you know, between tears in space-time via Yomotsu Hirasaka. Not 100% sure how it works, but either way, Toneri is very, very adamant about keeping them the fuck away, and then he keeps seeing these little cracks show up, and then he's fighting and like sacrificing himself, becoming wounded and spitting up blood to try and keep them sealed and contained and whatnot. And we know that these two characters, or the Otsutsuki in general, use space-time ninjutsu to get around places. So what I think is happening here is that we see a comet fly in front of the constellation, and then all that stuff happens, and that's more of like a portent or an augur that, like, hey, remember, by this time, when you see this comet go over this constellation, that means it's time for the harvest. And the harvest means that the Otsutsuki are going to show up. So you need to be ready for when they get here. And then he starts to see these little cracks in the fabric around him, whether that's like the Otsutsuki trying to push through and get there via Yomotsu Hirasaka, or whether that's just like other space-time distortions that are irrelevant, not sure, but they're clearly directly connected to the imminent arrival and the imminent time of the harvest, and Toneri is clearly like fighting very hard to push that back and prevent that from happening. And then, you know, what's his name shows up and freezes him. At no point in any of that did I see any direct evidence that the comet was supposed to be Urashiki. I think there's a much more like parsimonious explanation that goes over more stuff, that puts more things into context. And if we really consider the implications of what this would mean, you know, that supposedly Urashiki can move at billions of times faster than the speed of light. Keep in mind that in one of the like filler arcs, or yeah, Urashiki shows up on Earth, and then he goes back in time with Sasuke from Boruto and Boruto himself back to right after the Sasuke retrieval arc in Naruto Part 1. And it's confirmed, it's stated explicitly to be by multiple characters multiple times, to be the same like timeline. It's the same continuity, right? They literally go back in time. They don't go to another alternate dimension or universe or whatever, or a split timeline. They go back in time along the main timeline to right after all that. And then Urashiki, this person who's supposed to be billions of times faster than the speed of light, fights Part 1 non-Sage Mode Jiraiya and Kid Naruto, pre-Shippuden Kid Naruto, and Boruto, and who else? There's one other, and then like a version of Sasuke from Boruto that's like extremely drained and like can't use, like he gets chakra nerfed massively. He can't use Susanoo and stuff like that, right? So it's just him with a sword, basically. And all of those characters manage to react to him, respond to him, sometimes land hits on him. They get hit by ninjutsu and taijutsu from him, as well as his fishing rod, and they all survive without any major injuries. Jiraiya gets bloodied up a little bit, and then they defeat him. So, what makes more sense? That, like, the comet was a portent, or that Urashiki himself spent a year traveling at billions of times the speed of light to show up on this comet and then get his ass handed to him by Jiraiya and a couple kids? Do we even have any evidence directly showing that the thing that Toneri saw was literally him? I don't see that. I don't see any evidence for that, and I think that we have much better explanations for all of the events that put them all together and put them all in context, regardless of what you think about all that, regardless of whether or not you agree or disagree. I think it's very important to actually show the comet that's being talked about and show the entire sequence, because otherwise, if it just cuts off like that, the only time we see something that vaguely looks like a comet is when we see Urashiki himself crashing into the ground. But that doesn't mean that he was the same comet that we saw fly overhead and fucking leave. Right? So, I don't know. Sorry, it says, wait, Momoshiki gave him the Jogan. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I must have misspoken. Toneri, the dude on the moon, the descendant of Hamura. Toneri gave the Jogan to Kid Boruto in a dream, or connected to him via a dream and, like, awakened it for him, if I'm understanding that correctly. I think. Fuck, I gotta look it up because I made the mistake of starting to watch from like episode 7, so I haven't watched the first 6. Let's see. They'll have some catching up to do. Alright, so abilities, Tensegon, yes, blank period. Yep. Okay, this is in the movie. Yes, I remember. Okay. He's standing vigil as a guardian. There's no answers. Okay. Right. In the anime, some years later, while reading the stars, he noticed a comet passing into a constellation and recognized that a harvest would soon occur and that Boruto would play a vital role in the fateful events to come. Despite being aware of the existence of Nue, Toneri was unable to personally intervene out of fear of drawing the enemy's attention to Earth, and so was forced to help resolve the incident through indirect means. I think that's mentioned in the novel. I haven't read that yet. Speaking to Boruto through a dream, he made the boy aware of a special power hidden in his right eye, warning him that he would one day shoulder the fate of the world, and it would guide him to the light that would dispel the impending darkness. Okay, so maybe he didn't give it to him. Boruto was able to stop Nue and the gate. Let's see. Let me see. I might be missing some context there. Oop. Trivia references. Okay. Well, here's the thing. It says it shows up in episode 1, but I think it only shows up in the flashback, or like the flash forward, where we see him activated in the fight against Kawaki. Okay. Let's just try this. In the anime, how did Boruto get the Jogan? Okay, well, here, I don't know if this is for sure, but fuck me. Never again. If this is certain, but Jogan is a special dojo that Toneri Otsutsuki helped Boruto to awaken, but Boruto always had the... Hang on. Oh, because yeah. Okay, because it's like his mom, Hinata, right? I started bringing the anime. What sort of... Okay, so I have to do some more research on this, but it looks like... Yeah, it looks like, according to this guy anyway, Boruto always had the potential to awaken the Jogan. So, yeah. So, okay. Remember that, like, Toneri wanted to, like, he abducted Hinata and not Himawari, Hanabi, who were both possessors of the Byakugan, because the Byakugan was specifically, like, this really powerful and important tool for him, and also, you know, part of the legacy of his clan and all of that stuff. And he wanted to use them to awaken the Tenseigan, which was a very powerful ocular dojutsu for himself. So Hinata was going to be a big part of that. And obviously, you know, Boruto is Hinata's child. So it seems like he has the potential to awaken this dojutsu to begin with. But Toneri Toneri specifically, like, reaches out to him and, like, pokes him and, like, helps him activate it. Says, like, Boruto Novel 3 revealed more about the reasons why Toneri helped Boruto to awaken the Jogan Eye. The first reason was because Toneri could foresee the future and that Boruto Uzumaki would play a vital role. Another reason was that despite being aware of the existence of Nue, Toneri was unable to personally intervene for fear during the tension. Oh, interesting. Okay. So if this is true, this is from the novel, then this would mean that, like, yeah, that comet had nothing to do with the Otsutsuki per se. And Toneri was literally just like, the comet signals the arrival of the time where Nue will start acting the fool. And if that happens, then the other Otsutsuki people will probably notice that shit going down. So, but I can't, like, go down there and start doing anything because, like, they might be watching, they might be made aware of this. And what's his name? Not Toneri. Urashiki even, like, tells him, I think we saw it in that clip, that, like, he's been watching him the whole time. Like, Urashiki and the rest of the clan know everything that's been happening to Toneri. So he can't just, like, go down there himself and fight, because then they'll, like, see him moving around and then they'll go, like, fuck with him. So he has to help awaken the ability in Boruto. It seems like Boruto himself has the latent ability to do this. Like, it's not like somebody swapped out his eye and, like, put it in his head while he was asleep. It's more like he has the genetic potential in the first place to be able to possess the eye. But normally, like, there is like an episode or two where Boruto in the anime, like, goes to Hiyashi Hyuga or Hizashi, whoever, like, Hinata's father is, like, Boruto's own grandfather, and, like, tries to do specific training with Hanabi to see if he has a Byakugan and try to unlock it, and he can't unlock it. But it will automatically activate when you know, the Nue is near, when the shadows are near. So it looks like Naruto himself has this ability. He has a latent potential, but it needs a little help, and so Toneri, like, speed things along and opens it, like, awakens it for him. But it's not like a physical transplant or anything like that. This all makes sense. Obviously, you know, this should be researched further. We should actually go look at the novel. I couldn't find a translation. I found, like, a partial translation. I couldn't find a full one. Is it this one? Yeah. So, Wattpad, Boruto Light Novel 3 by the author 5262. So there might be some additional information here. The gate that Nue opened to another world had been closed. A dreary, isolated satellite, the moon, looks down over the blue planet. A temple-like building has been built there since ancient times, unbeknownst to anyone. Floating silently above it, the fine figure of a man clad in white muttered to no one in particular, "Looks like the Jogan will step off the stage for a while." That man was Otsutsuki Toneri. He had spoken to Boruto through his dreams, encouraging him to awaken the predestined power hidden within him. Okay. He had spoken to Boruto through his dreams, encouraging him to awaken the predestined power hidden within him. There we go. That's how we got it. He chose to continue protecting the people that lived on the surface as a lone Sakimori. The word Sakimori refers to soldiers or frontier guards garrisoned at strategic posts in Kyushu in ancient times. He could not help them directly. That would lead to the enemy finding out the existence of the planet below. That was why, upon becoming aware of its existence, he had no choice but to use a means beyond human understanding. These bold things are author's notes, or the translator's notes. This is how Shinjutsu is often referred to in the manga, but it's a power beyond human understanding and not a means. Acting indirectly through Boruto by making him awaken part of the power that the Jogan held, and entrusting him with solving the incident. However, this measure is only temporary. One day the gods will certainly descend to their land. Toneri already knew. Sasuke's object of continuous investigation, the arrival of the enemy that even Kaguya feared, was coming frighteningly sooner than Naruto and the others anticipated. Perhaps in a few years, maybe just one, or even sooner. I have no choice but to believe in his power. No, in the power of ninjas. Toneri had once burned with a passionate self-love and a high ego, but his fight with Naruto helped him gain awareness of his faults. That's why, despite being in a sense children born from the seeds sown by Kaguya, he placed his faith in these ninjas who have risen to surpass even their Otsutsuki forebears. And above all, he believes in the boy who embodies that potential, the crystallization of it all, Uzumaki Boruto, bearer of infinite potential. Let's read this. This looks like it could be useful. In a world no one knew of, the burning light of the dying sun shot out its last rays of crimson onto the reddish-brown surface of the ground like a richly colored aurora. In the center of a ruined metropolis filled with countless deaths, a small figure clad in a spotless feathered robe, such as those worn by a nobleman, was sitting on a huge tree stump munching on something. At first glance he appeared to be a handsome young boy, but his cold expression exuded a kind of wicked and crafty unsightliness. From his head grew two inward curving horns that indicated he was not a human, and in both eyes were a Byakugan. For a world with such a stunted level of civilization, this is a rather satisfactory harvest. The something he was munching on was the fruit of a divine tree that once grew on this land, now reduced to a pitiful stump. Just to harvest it, they destroyed the planet and its inhabitants with no qualms. Well, what did you find? He spoke without turning around as a large figure appeared behind him using space-time ninjutsu. The huge bearded man had a single thick horn growing from his head, clothing with a similar design to his. He spoke his response with an icy tone. That wench Kaguya's world. It's begun to fray in a way we can no longer ignore. The space's curvature exceeded 16. Oh, that world should have been merely waiting to be harvested. The smaller figure answered without even the slightest sign of being shaken, without even turning around. Indeed. The large man stood to his feet and nodded gravely. If the space's curvature exceeds 10, it must be reported at once to our clan as an anomaly. The power dynamic between the two men was clear, but their age relationship may not have been as it seemed. So she neglected to inform us, meaning she either betrayed the Kyatsume clan, or perhaps... It was an unbelievable thought, but had she perhaps been taken out by the inferior creatures? There was no indication that this is only referring to the translator's notes. There's no indication that this is only referring to Kaguya, but I have to put a pronoun there in English, so I chose she. In Japanese, there is no subject because it is inferred, leaving the mystery of the Otsutsuki arriving in pairs a secret for the reader. This would usually be inconceivable, but if it was true, the man thought that it would prove to be a rather amusing development. Rather than this pile of worthless planets, perhaps there were others rich in chakra that were truly worth devouring. Begin the preparations for departure, Kinshiki, as you wish, Momoshiki-sama. Momoshiki-sama, I don't know, I said it like that. As the corners of his mouth twisted into a wicked smile, the planet devourer rose to his feet. The day of the collision is near. At this point, the boy had no idea of his father's true greatness, or the weight of the destiny he bared, but no matter what difficulties he faces, with the will of the fire in his eyes and a radiance like the sun, he will continue to move forward, illuminating his own future, along with his friends, come hell or high water. Okay, so, this is, good. This is very interesting. One final thing that I want to mention, since we did talk about it, and again, this is all in the anime as well. This is just a novelization of the anime, although obviously some things are a bit different. So remember that Sasuke was out searching for Why am I getting advertisements for fucking... okay, I'll worry about that later. Remember that like Sasuke was supposed to be out looking for Kaguya scrolls and information and all that shit? Okay, so this is after the Nue is sealed. This is after all that happens. This is right before Toneri is looking down on Boruto and being like, good job, kid, but it's about to get harder. Okay, so Naruto and Sasuke are like decompressing after the fight, and Naruto hands Sasuke a scroll. Sasuke says, I see. To think Danzo had come so close to discovering the secret jutsu of the Otsutsuki clan. Very, very briefly, Danzo was worshipped by this dude called Tanuki. Tanuki was Sumire's dad. Sumire was the girl who was in control of the Nue. So basically, Danzo was sort of responsible for the Nue happening. The scroll contained an analysis of the workings of Gozu Tenno. Gozu Tenno is connected to the Nue. For now, we'll just say that it like makes the Nue. It stores chakra and it's connected to the Nue. Listing the data gathered from Root that Sai and Kakashi had each recovered, and even the testimony of Sumire, who had been a test subject. The analysis was completed so quickly thanks to his intellect, as expected of someone with his skill. The person Sasuke had in his mind was Mitsuki's parent. Okay, this is... Okay. With this, we may be able to get close to the space Kaguya inhabited. Okay, so the reason I'm reading all this is because they find this document, this scroll, and they open it up, and they're like, oh shit, this is like connected to Kaguya. And it looks like Danzo was fucking around and managed to find out some stuff about Kaguya, including this, or at least the Otsutsuki clan, that they had this like really dangerous, awesome chakra devouring monster. And tried to use it for his own purposes, using Hashirama cells and shit like that. And then Kaguya, fucking Sasuke says, cool, we might be able to use that information to get into Kaguya's space, right? To the space Kaguya inhabited. I really like this thing over here, right? This is the translator's note. This is what they say. The reason I use the word space here instead of dimension is because dimension is written with a different word in Japanese. The dimension that the English word refers to is jigen. The word kukan that is used here means a space that is separate from the space that the world exists in. Think of it like a room, but the only way you can get inside is through space-time ninjutsu. It's completely sealed off in a space that doesn't exist anywhere within the world, but it's still just a space, not an entirely separate world. In my head, I picture it like bubbles. The bubble exists in a separate space, but it isn't an entire world. Nue's world was referred to as in, I don't know, which is an entirely separate world. But Kaguya's space isn't another world. It's not a dimension. It's precisely a space. It's literally the kanji for air, empty, sky, and interval, translated to space as in taking up space or living space, not outer space, like the space in the air around you. When you look up the word dimension in English and search for Japanese translations, is this the kukan? Yes, kukan isn't one of them. And vice versa, dimension isn't listed as an English translation for kukan again, either. Okay. So, again, this is, it's on Wattpad. It's, the author is over here. Here's the link. Please check it out. Please verify it at your own time and your own discretion. But I like the fact that there is another translator out there who is basically, if I'm interpreting this correctly, is saying like, hey guys, when we're talking about Kaguya's spaces, they're just like places over there that aren't over here. They're not even necessarily dimensions. They're not like parallel universes or any of this shit. It's just a space. Right? It's just some place that Kaguya has. It's not the same space as we are currently in. It's over there and we're over here. It doesn't have to be like this super serious thing. This seems to me like a compelling breakdown. I am not a fluent Japanese speaking person, obviously. I have heard other translations. I'm sure people would dispute this. But I think this person clearly put a lot of effort into translating the whole fucking novel and also providing explanation as to why the translation like choices were made and how certain difficult things were like localized. They also provide an interesting breakdown over here. Yeah, so here's the user on Reddit is the Better Boruto. There's probably some conversation here. I'm sure some people are going to dispute it, so feel free to join in the conversation. It might be something worth elaborating on. I haven't read this full thread yet. But also here, I like the fact that also this person did something which we don't seem to be very good at, which is talking about the themes of the story. Like, you know, analyzing some of the characters, talking about themes, talking about emotions, talking about emotional portrayal, really just kind of highlighting what these characters are going through and what the narrative and dramatic thrust and focus of the story is. So here's somebody who has, like, I don't know, they could be 100% wrong for all I know. Maybe it's all fake and bullshit. But definitely looks like something that was prepared with a certain amount of care and love and attention to detail, not just for the power scaling shit, but also for the themes of the story itself. I'm sorry, I'm like way behind on messages. Let me double check. Yes, so sorry asked, Momoshiki gave him the Jogan. I wonder why it worked out that way. It's interesting because Kawaki got Ishiki's thing, but Momo doesn't have the Jogan. Whatever, I'm sure that cook. What I meant by that is that, like, at least in the manga, I don't think there's any mention of the Jogan whatsoever until Momoshiki actively fuses with Boruto, like after his defeat, like his spirit inhabits him or whatever. And then it only shows up when Boruto, like, you know, yields his personality or whatever, gets like taken over by Momoshiki. So it's not something that he just seems to be able to, like, not that he can really control it on his own during the Nue arc either. But when in the manga, when Momoshiki fuses with him, yeah, it's basically like that. I hope that was helpful at all. Hi Kaguya, management wants to know why you didn't clock back in after your break. Please respond to this email when you can, or die. Jiraiya is simply built like that, and then Pain is simply built better. I'm not sure. Okay. Hey, as long as Pain is above, then yeah. No, but like, that's a good point bringing up Pain, because when what's his name? When Urashiki fights Jiraiya, he does less overall damage to him than when Pain fights Sage. Yeah, Honored Sage mode, Jiraiya. So, Jiraiya in Honored Sage mode, much stronger, much more durable, fights like one of the paths of pain, like the Asura path. The Asura path blasts off his fucking arm, right? But, and we know that, like, Jiraiya gets, like, way faster. At least it seems to be heavily implied that he gets way faster when he gets into Sage mode. So, the Asura path is able to do, all that. But then Urashiki fights a prior non-Sage mode version of Jiraiya, does less damage to him overall over the course of that fight, but he's billions of times faster than, like 3.5 billion times potentially faster than the speed of light, which means that Jiraiya is faster than 3.5 billion times faster than the speed of light. And then the Asura path would also be that, faster than that, which means that, like, Naruto is even faster than that, like Sage Naruto, which means that, like, KCM1 Naruto is even faster than that, which means that, like, etc., right? Like, okay, so are we, like, how far are we going? Are we, like, at 1 trillion times the speed of light by the time we get to the end of the series? Is that where the fuck we're ending up? Yeah, you know what? Like, I thought the series was cool because it was, like, relatively grounded for a long time, and it blows up a little bit later, literally and figuratively, but it's a relatively grounded series about ninja fighting with kunai and, like, throwing smoke bombs at each other and using deception and mirrors and fucking genjutsu and, like, tricks and hallucinatory techniques and all that stuff, and tactics and poisons, and, like, oh yeah, eventually, like, some of them get, like, these big monsters that rampage around, but they can summon other monsters and stuff. So it's like a little bit of myth, a little bit of magic, a little bit of subterfuge and ninjutsu and stuff like that, and then it all kind of comes to a head with these terrifying creatures that are capable of blowing up mountains and such, right? But and then basically encountering a demigod, and that particular demigod is just so powerful that she's capable of, like, wow, maybe she'll drain the power from the entire world and then use it to blow up this whole space, right? That's the level of a god. That's truly something that we've never seen before, an immensely powerful thing that we can only hope to seal but never really fully defeat. Wow, that's really cool. No, I'm sorry, like, little 12-year-old kids were actually the speed of light, and then by the time that a weird fisherman from outer space shows up, right after Naruto fights Sasuke in part 1, he goes up against a character who is billions of times faster than the speed of light, and then after that, like, Every character after that gets even faster. Anyone that's even remotely relative to that is also billions of times the speed of light. Possibly tens, possibly hundreds of times, billions of times the speed of light. Sorry, I thought that, like, Kaguya's feats were impressive, but tiny children were actually, like, capable of zipping across the galaxy in a matter of moments in part 1. So I just have to, like, just ask, like, what the point of any of that is. Like, what does that add? What does that actually give us, right? How does that enhance our understanding of the story? How does Urashiki being 3.5 billion times the speed of light make anything better, or like enrich our understanding or experience? Because first of all, it's bogus, right? It's not true. Like, there's no evidence that directly supports that. But even if it was the case, why would we go, or not even if it was, because there's no evidence there, why are we putting in so much effort and time to try and get him there? Like, how does it make the series better once we arrive there? Like, what does it do to enhance our engagement with it? I don't see that there's any positive thing that comes out of it. It just seems to be like trying to push the numbers as high as possible for the inherent desire to do so. But then what? Where do we go? Little tiny kids are the speed of light, and like, we're basically just like transcending galactic levels of transport speed by the time we get to the final part of the series. Personally, not a fan. Personally. Saria says, how many assholes in Naruto can see the future? Pretty much all of them. We already know that, like, anybody with the Mangekyo can see across the entire universe, right? Or like the base Sharingan. And then the Mangekyo can see into the future and into the past. So basically any Uchiha for sure. Axel Gray says, everyone. Yes, literally every asshole. Talk about hindsight, right? Tigerus44. Hey, how's it going, man? Thank you so much for stopping by, checking out the stream. Hope you're doing okay tonight. Generational thumbnail, very well crafted niche show. Thank you. Yeah, it's a very specific reference. I didn't know if folks would get it, but that's what I try to do. I try to be like slightly obscure, slightly clever if I can possibly pull that off, and also slightly on topic with the thumbnail. So I'm glad you like it. Really appreciate the positive feedback. Surprisingly hard to get like an actual like still of Urashiki or of a Toneri looking reasonable. You think it'd be easy, but there's always like either a subtitle burned into the anime, or that he's doing something weird, or his face is like really distorted. If you've ever seen those memes of like never pause Naruto, try to go through and like frame by frame pause some of Toneri's scenes when he's on his own. He's a goofy little guy. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Saria says, Urashiki will have to take a page out of Cell's book, Fighting Kid Naruto. You're a child. I won't be beaten by a child. And then fucking loses. Yeah, I mean, that is literally what happens. I mean, it's a little bit different. So if I remember correctly, what happens is that like Urashiki specifically wants to get the chakra out of Naruto, but he can't fight him as an adult. He doesn't think he'll be able to take him on. So, and I'm not making this up. You can fact check me. In fact, why don't I just do this? Here we go. So, Urashiki finds a turtle in a box, and it turns out that the turtle is a time-traveling robot, and it's not literally a robot, but his voiceover makes him sound like hello, how can I help you today? Like he's got that kind of GLaDOS sort of voice, right? And he so fucking, you can read this. Urashiki finds the turtle, and the turtle comes out of its shell and says, where would you like to go today? And Urashiki says, into the past, so that I can like steal the life force from a child. And so he travels back in time to when Naruto is a kid with a time traveling turtle, so that he can then rip Naruto's chakra out. He finds him and he manages to like fish hook him, but he has like Kurama's seal prevents Urashiki from pulling his chakra out. Urashiki manages to pull out a tiny bit of Kurama chakra specifically, and that teeny tiny bit of Kurama chakra burns him. So let me see if I can find this. Urashiki, Kurama. Let's see. Injuries. No. Maybe it might be in here. No, I don't think so. Actually, no. Wait, I was watching it on a little. What the hell? What the hell is that? Okay, I was watching this earlier today. I can probably find it. Just give me 1 second. This one? Yeah, okay, here we go. We're not gonna watch this whole thing, obviously. But yeah, so Urashiki shows up, he's causing problems, he creates a distraction. He manages to trick some people, he's a real asshole. And he finds a time traveling turtle. You can kind of see over here. Here he is in the thumbnail in the bottom. Goes back into the past, he's gloating about it. And now they're exploring the village. Here's the turtle with Sasuke. This is a perfect thumbnail. I need to use this for something. And then they're trying to figure out what's going on. Sasuke becomes a cowboy for some reason. And then Boruto and Naruto literally bump into each other. You can see, like, this is Kid Naruto. Kid Naruto starts calling Boruto by his name, Boruto. Boruto calls him Dad. So there's some fun stuff fun things that happen. But anyway, so they're just kind of hanging out with Jiraiya. They bump into him. And what was the one I was looking for specifically is when Naruto first gets captured, right? So, yeah, here we go. Urashiki manages to get... he tries to steal Naruto's chakra, but it doesn't come out because of Kurama's seal. So, Urashiki goes inside and meets Kurama. And granted, like, this is going to be partially cut off again because it's, like, one of those, like, quick fan edits.
I'm here
but
to take your chakra, Ninetales.
He tries to take it. A little bit of the chakra comes out and it burns him.
What's this?
Okay.
The Ninetales chakra is starting to leak out.
It's the Ninetales.
Be able to
So yeah,
extract-
here we go. So here's another thing that I know people don't like this sort of argument. I kind of understand why, but also, like, tough. People in Naruto breathe air. There is wind in Naruto. There is wind resistance. When characters fly around, their hair will be flapping, their clothing will be flapping. They are moving through a medium. They are talking to each other through a medium. If you really want to be skeptical and be like, well, I don't know, is it the same amount of, like, oxygen and nitrogen or whatever in the air? Okay, fine. Maybe we don't know that for sure, but it's a medium with stuff in it that they're breathing and that they're moving through, and it's moving them, right? An object that accelerates, and so clearly it's following the same, like, rules of physics as in our universe. As we mentioned previously in, was it this video over here, like, throw a baseball near the speed of light. I brought this up a little while ago. Highly recommend this video over here. A great channel, XKCD is great. I don't know when I'm subscribed. I should be subscribed. But yeah, basically he kind of explains that as a ball, like as a baseball gets close to the speed of light, not even at the speed of light, just close to the speed of light, the energy that is generated by the friction between the molecules of the ball and the shit around it basically would cause a nuclear explosion, like something that is equivalent to, like, a nuclear bomb exploding, right? Like a massive shockwave. It would disintegrate itself, it would disintegrate everything else around it, and it would basically just be like, it would start like different nuclear fusion reactions. It would be fucking catastrophic and create like a massive explosion. Okay, that's a baseball going at nearly the speed of light, not even 1 times the speed of light. Okay, so keeping in mind that in Naruto these characters all have, like, they are moving through a medium, and that medium very clearly puts resistance against them. You can see their clothes and hair animating. Then that means that the air resistance is the air pressure is brushing up against their skin, creating friction. So the faster they go, the faster they move. The reason the way this baseball was undergoing this particular reaction is literally just because of the friction of the baseball against the air molecules around it. So if they even get remotely close to that, they're going to be subjected to those same kinds of amounts of friction. So if Urashiki can actually move that fast, and he actually ever practically does, then that means that on Earth he's moving at like millions of times faster than the speed of light. If that's actually the case, then his skin is durable enough to withstand the friction between his skin and the air molecules around it, which is like millions of times stronger than the force of a nuclear bomb, just constantly at all times in all directions while he's just moving around. However, this tiny amount, like a teeny tiny fraction of Kurama's chakra that he pulled out of Naruto as a kid, so like even before part 2, before KCM or whatever, was able to burn him. So this amount of chakra, this amount of energy, contains more power in it than millions of nuclear bombs. Does anybody actually fucking believe any of the shit that I just said? I hope not. But that's the consequences of this. This is why it really doesn't pay to just scale in a vacuum, right? Your math can be great, your logic can be great, your whole like chain of argumentation can be great. Internally, it can be internally consistent, it can be internally fine. But if you're not able to actually then apply that out and put it into context, then it doesn't fucking matter, because it's not relevant. It doesn't count unless it actually fits. And so even if you could like scientifically prove that Urashiki can even move at like 100 times the speed of light, just 100, right? Like, then you still have to put that into context within the Naruto universe and say, okay, if he can move 100 times the speed of light in a vacuum with no medium around him, where he can just like constantly accelerate himself with no wind resistance, eventually he can build up that velocity. Okay, fine. But then when he gets to Earth and he's actually fighting people, which is what we actually use for our scaling, then like, you know, either the Naruto world physics that are demonstrably similar to our own simply just magically don't work for some unexplained reason in this particular instance, or they do, and this doesn't make any fucking sense at all, like, in context. That is probably like my biggest gripe of when talking about power scaling stuff, is just lack of context. It's lack of putting things into a larger picture. Because I admit, it is kind of a cool sounding argument, right? This character passes in front of a comet, and he's likened to a comet, and he's likened, or sorry, like, Toneri sees something pass in front of a constellation, it looks like a comet, he refers to it as like a celestial body. Later on, he refers to the Otsutsuki as like celestial entities or celestial emissaries or whatever. So there's cosmic terminology being put there, and we know they can zoom around in space, and they really do, you know, actively dominate the cosmos and fly from planet to planet. And so, you know, wouldn't it be fucking amazing if they were actually, they're so powerful and they're so fast that they're moving at like impossibly ludicrous speeds, millions, billions of times the speed of light. It sounds really cool. It's a really cool argument. It's creative, you know, and interesting, sparks discussion. When you actually break it down, honestly, like literally honestly, does it actually fit into the series? No, of course it fucking doesn't. And I won't insult Sage's intelligence or anybody else and actually assume that they actually believe that Urashiki is 3.5 billion times, or even 1 billion times, even 1,000 times faster. It would be insulting and rude of me to say that, that I think that he actually believes that. Right? But that's what we have. That's what we're left with. So what do? We whine about it on the internet. Sorry, says I agree 100%. Okay, good. I really appreciate that, yeah. It's lonely at the top. It's the douchiest thing I've said in a while. No, I do sometimes feel like I'm losing my mind or something, because sometimes some of this stuff just, it's like so clear to me that just a little bit of skepticism would go like miles and miles. It would be so helpful at clarifying everything. But then I feel like me suggesting that just pisses people off, and I don't quite know why. Because I feel like, as a general rule, we all benefit from skepticism more than assumptions. And I don't know. I would expect that if I did something similar, that other people would hold me to the same account. But same standard. I don't know why I just brought that up. I'm starting to get tired. Okay, so that being said, so anyway, what I was awkwardly trying to say with my like very, very, very tired brain, was basically just like, thank you for making me feel a little less crazy and a little bit more heard, because sometimes it like, frankly, it's a little lonely. It feels like a little isolating to be like, I just don't understand how I am somehow on it, seeing things so differently than other people. It's just confusing. I'm like, it's not that complicated. Why is there so much disagreement here? And so my first response always in the situation is to be like, oh, okay, I probably fucked something up. And I get kind of bashful and I get kind of like self-conscious, right? Because, I mean, clearly, like, I'm not the expert here. So what did I even know? Why did I even open my fucking mouth in the first place? That's what my brain says, first and foremost. And then I'm like, okay, well, maybe I should just do some more research and not come to judgment. And then I do, and then I come forward and I'm like, oh, cool, I'm excited. I actually think I figured this out. Hey, let's figure this out. And then apparently that's annoying. So whatever. I'm learning. I'm having fun. So, okay. Okay. Saria says, I agree. That's why one day I was like, I know you guys argue about pointless stuff, but surely you don't believe this. That one day, that one day is like every time I sign in. Like, honestly, at this point, I don't even really engage in like the debates in the server anymore, because it's, you'll talk to somebody and you'll go at it for like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. And sometimes it'll be very polite and it'll be very like productive or whatever. And you'll make some progress. You'll understand each other better. And then you'll go away. And then the next day, like, either they or somebody else will start the same exact fucking argument again over from the start. And it's like, God damn it. Like, there's only so many times I can do this, you know? And I'm sure, to be fair, I'm sure Sage feels that way too sometimes. I'm sure maybe he feels that way when, like, I challenge him on his points. He's like, I've been over this so many fucking times. Like, at a certain point, it's just, it loses its fun, right? But for me, the fun is in discovery and learning stuff and figuring shit out. And so I had fun with all this. I just don't understand. It feels like it shouldn't be this hard, right? Like, it's just a, like, shonen. I don't know why this guy, like, why it gets so complicated. Pretty straightforward series. Anyway, I am getting tired, so I'm gonna leave pretty soon. But the one last thing that I wanted to talk about, make sure that I fit in here, was in Sage's video. He, we talked about that calc for the moon, and he like puts Toneri at moon level, and because he's capable of moving the moon. There's some stuff that kind of comes up in that video as well, regarding like lunar calcs and shit like that. And all I want to say about it is that, as I mentioned before, there seems to be this assumption, or like, what did Sage say specifically? He said, like, I think we can safely assume via likelihood or via plausibility that the moon in Naruto is the same as the moon in our world, because it's referred to with the same kanji, and that kanji only ever gets used to refer to our moon specifically, not just like any moon, any celestial body, and therefore it's the moon, right? So that being said, if I'm a skeptic, and of course I am, there are two ways that I can approach that. One is to ask, what is the kanji that you're referring to, and like, can I see it? Can you kind of confirm that that's the case? And I did a little bit of digging. Obviously, like, at least in the English, every single time we hear anybody refer to the moon or talk about anything related to the moon, it's always Tsuki, right? Like, Tsukuyomi comes from the same word as Tsuki, which is the moon. Tsuki is how to transliterate it. So they always call it Tsuki, right? That's what it is. Now, Tsuki refers to the moon, but from my research anyway, feel free to challenge me on this, it can actually refer to a moon or a natural satellite. So I don't think that that's necessarily the case, unless there's something else that I haven't seen. I think it is fine to call it is true that we can call our moon Tsuki, but it's also true that we can call other things Tsuki as well. So I am still skeptical about that. I'm reserving judgment on that. I'm not convinced, right? That being said, calling the moon, the moon, like the fact that people in Naruto refer to the thing the same way that we refer to our thing, that just means that their moon is, they decide to call their moon the same thing that we decide to call our moon. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are it doesn't necessarily mean that they are literally exactly the same. But I understand the logic, right? It seems reasonable. It is a logical deduction, or if that's the right term for it, where we're like, okay, our moon is called Tsuki, that thing is called Tsuki, therefore that is our moon. Okay, that is internally logically consistent and reasonable. It's not insane, it's not stupid, it's not mean-spirited or anything like that. That being said, let's test it. Let's test it and see what we can find out. Now, I didn't have time to like delve into the math of all this, but if you were curious and you wanted to learn more, rather than just saying, oh yeah, that makes sense, I'll just accept it, here are some things you could consider. For one, here is Naruto and friends standing on this thing. This thing is, however, like high above this body of water as it is, and the body of water extends outward and then starts to curve here, and then there is this other piece of land over there. So you could get an idea of how big this space is and what this curve means, and like what the circumference of the circle that would be described by this would be. You can also use this fact that like they are here. I think this might be sort of out of sequence here, but I think they are over here and then they look over here, and then like maybe this is 20 kilometers away, or maybe that's later. 37, 38, yeah. So they're looking around, they're flying around on the birds. They've been flying for some time. Then Hinata says, I see something 20 kilometers away. So you can use that 20 kilometers as a ruler to kind of see how far away it is. Here's another one. There, it's kind of hard to see, but this is a bird. This is the beak of the bird. This is Naruto on the back of the bird. They're flying over the ocean. Here's some mountains, and then behind the mountains, this is the terrain behind them curving up, and the ocean is curving up as well. Then in this particular scene, of course, you can see the time codes. Here's Naruto, and he's this tall above the trees. There's Toneri, right? They're going at one another. And then Toneri and Naruto clash, and then it produces this explosion. You can kind of see, okay, here's the height of the trees. You can use the trees to figure out like the radius of this explosion if you wanted to. And then you can kind of see that this poof out of the moon is being generated by this, right? So you get the radius of this explosion, and then you have the radius of this segment of the moon, and then you can use that to kind of figure out how big the rest of the moon would be. And you can also see that, like, to be fair, I don't really know how to do this. I don't know how to do the math here. We can actually see that this carves, that jutsu carves through the surface of the moon and punches through all the way to the outside. So, I don't know, this doesn't look that far to me. What, like a couple miles maybe at most? I'm just eyeballing it. So you could look at that. You could say, okay, well, this amount of distance is equivalent to like one tree, and if we stack the trees like that, we can actually see how far down this goes, you know, skew it based on angle, and then we can get a distance of that. Do you think it's more than a few miles? I don't know. You can get a sense of like how tough the crust of the moon is, right? There's another one, like how thick it is. Then inside the moon, right? I'll save the ghetto statue thing for later. Inside the moon is this, right? Like, there is an artificial sun that Toneri made. It's this thing. It's this, like, shiny yellow thing. Inside the, or maybe hiding in the artificial sun. Yep, okay. There's this, like, shiny yellow thing, right? That's in the middle of the moon. Inside the shiny yellow thing, there is all of this shit. And this is, like, a full-sized building, right? This is, like, a castle, essentially, with a big spire. So, like, a human being would be the size of, like, up to here, like this big. There are these distant things that are also buildings and castles, like small, like floating islands and stuff like that. So the inside of this area, you can also scale it based off of, like, Naruto's bird. Obviously, they're not, like, right adjacent to it, but, again, there's a curve that you could scale it off of. There's a hole in that opens up at one point. This hole is, like, this character passes right through the hole. So you could look at the size of this character and the bird, you could look at the size of the hole, and use that to extrapolate to get the size of that object itself. Furthermore, inside the artificial sun, there is another, like, lunar-like structure, and there is another sphere over there. And you can see that there are all these, like large mountain spire-type objects that are there as well. Later on, we actually see Hinata running directly towards it. And we can get a scale of, like, her size versus the rocks to get, like, an approximation of the sphere. So we can scale the moon from the outside in, we can scale the moon from the inside out. We can use the curvature of the exterior, of the interior. We can use, like, the cylinder that actually punches through the side of it. There's another way that we can do this too. But when Toneri uses this, like, gust attack, I forget what it's called, it also has this particular radius, this particular circumference, and that punches through the moon. And we can see the curvature of the moon over here, so we could get a calc for that. Naruto and yeah, what that one was there. Oh yeah, so Naruto and Toneri clash over here. We can see how high they are off the moon. We can see this like indentation in the moon and get a sense of like how deep the cut is into the moon if we wanted to, and then also use that to look at, okay, how far, or like the curve over here, like what does this curve tell us about the overall size of the moon. When Toneri's like here, so when Toneri uses golden wheel explosion, it's really not all that far, or golden wheel reincarnation explosion, it's not actually all that wide, right? Like you can see it's pretty narrow when it's focused. If you're having trouble visualizing that, this is the attack after it was performed. And I've seen some people count this at 50 fucking kilometers. They say that the distance between these two spaces is 50 goddamn kms. No, fucking look fucking look at it. Like they're like a few dozen meters apart maybe. So assuming that this that the two halves of the moon didn't move at all, golden whale reincarnation explosion went right down the center and it hasn't moved at all, then you get the radius, you get the width of golden wheel explosion. You can use the width of golden wheel explosion over here to then calc the, size of the moon, potentially. There's another opportunity. And then finally, at the very end, Kurama draws, I don't know why he's not pictured here, but Kurama is here and he has just drawn this on the surface of the moon. Like Kurama draws this. And so you could look and be like, okay, what is the biggest, or, we don't know specifically which one it is, but clearly this has been drawn on one of these craters. So pick the biggest one or the smallest one if you want to lowball it or highball it, and then just like use Kurama's size in the next, I didn't include that panel, but in the next one, like he's actively in it, right? So use Kurama's size compared to that. So why am I going through? Yeah, exactly. Sorry, it's 50 fucking kilometers. Why am I bothering going through all that? Well, I think that this, like the moon size calc, just kind of illustrates a fundamental shift in or difference in power scaling perspective. On the one hand, you could just be like, it looks like the moon, so it's the moon. They call it the moon, so it's the moon. And you know what? Not to be condescending, not to be shitty, that is reasonable. That's okay, I get it. That makes a certain amount of sense. But the fact that it's called the moon, and the fact that it looks like the moon, doesn't actually mean that it is literally physically the same. Certainly doesn't mean that it is literally physically the same inside, because it's hollow, like massively hollow. Like there's entire civilizations inside the middle of it. There's fucking oceans in the middle of it, right? So, or seas at least. So certainly for the interior. For the exterior as well, we don't know for sure, but we could find out. And look, I'm saying this is slightly hypocritical because I am not a mathematician. I'm not much of a math guy. And so I unfortunately can't be very helpful yet. I would love to learn. I would love to connect with somebody who could teach me, or just figure it out on my own eventually, how to do the angle calcs for all this stuff. I don't know right now, but I'd love to learn to be able to find this stuff out. But what I am saying is that yes, it's logical, but we should still test it. Yes, it's reasonable. We should still test it. And we have actually a lot of opportunities, many examples that we could potentially use. And you know what? Doing this also would have a secondary subsidiary benefit, which is that sometimes there's also this assumption that there is necessarily a consistency in size and scale and portrayal of objects like this between different scenes. This would actually let us test to see how consistent the anime is overall and how reliable it is for power scaling purposes. So let's say we do 4 different calcs of the artificial sun, right? And each one of them is a little bit different. Okay, well then we know that they're not drawn consistently, and then we know we have to be careful and skeptical when we do our analyses in the future. We should find the smallest one and the biggest one and give a low ball and a high ball, because that way we will kind of run the gamut, like cover the whole spectrum. If they're always consistent, then we know, oh, okay, so we can probably reasonably going forward just like not have to do this every single time, because the anime has demonstrated itself to be consistent. At the very least, it gives us, well, not really, I mean, we should always fact check it, right? But it gives us a little bit more confidence that things are consistent to begin with. So there is ample opportunity here for more research and more investigation, and it's just, I guess, just no, like, don't want to do that, not interested. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do the math because I don't know how, and I'm a little bashful. I don't want to ask other people to do my math homework for me, so I'm probably not gonna request it. But like, if I were making a video about it, or post about it, or teaching other people about it, I would probably be like, here are the 2 facts that we know, now here's how we could confirm them. hey Kunai Play, how's it going? Is it Boanwat? Am I saying that right? Bonanotte? Thank you for stopping by, hope you're having a good night. Tuned in just in time to hear me fucking rant about the moon. But this super laser robotic shit going on. Hope you're enjoying it. Yep, I like the profile pic. That's really cool. The kunai there. But yeah, so I guess for whatever reason, that was not the desired approach or the desired outcome. I think it's unfortunate. I think that something is missed there. And me, I'm just one guy. I'm not very good at math, and I'm still like learning a whole lot. But like, if you have a platform, you have people that you're willing to collaborate with you to make calcs and stuff like that. If you're going, oh, actually, I mean, like, Sage did introduce calcs in the first place. The moon. Like, Sage brought up calcs in the first place, and he showed a calc from another place. So I would have been fine, like, not even getting into any of this, but since it was brought up, if we're going to bring math into the equation, we should be willing to dive deep, you know? Be prepared to look at things from a variety of different angles and really try and develop an understanding of them. And I'm disappointed that that was apparently not something that was done. That was done here. One thing I want to address is Sage left me a comment to the effect that at the very, or how can I phrase this? I have, so at the end of the day, the size of the moon is one thing, but when we're talking about Toneri moving the moon and we want to know how impressive of a feat that is, we really need to know what the mass of the moon is, right? Like how much stuff is in it, because obviously the higher the mass, the more the energy required to shove it around, and the more impressive it is for Toneri. 2 things about that. The first is that technically speaking, it's like sort of Toneri who moves the moon, but also sort of not, because he's using this to do it. And this thing is a reference. Well, this isn't the literal thing, but like there is something. It's confusing. In the last, there are 2 things that are referred to as the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan is basically like this massive, super powerful orb that's made out of all of these Otsutsuki. All of the eyes of the Hamura clan, right? All of Toneri's predecessors gave up their eyes, and they were Byakugan, and they all combined together to form this thing called the Tenseigan. It's like a massive like grand falloon made out of a Tenseigan, and it's the Tenseigan itself that actually moved the moon. So this is the equivalent of, like, you know, if I knock down a building with a crane, or with a what do you call it, like a wrecking ball, right? Like, yes, I'm knocking down the building, but really it's the wrecking ball that gets the AP feat or the DC feat, right? The wrecking ball is the thing that's actually doing the destruction. So yeah, Toneri does move the moon, but he's moving it with the Tenseigan. He's like piloting it, and the Tenseigan is like the engine of the moon as a spaceship, if you want to think about it that way. Now, later, of course, Toneri himself does get a Tenseigan, which is a separate second Tenseigan, just so nobody's confused, when he takes Hanabi's eyes and they gradually awaken. I'd have to go back and double check. I'm not sure that he himself ever moves the moon in character with his own Tenseigan. I think he's always using the one that was there before. Towards the end, he tries to fuse himself with the predecessor Tensegan, and then he becomes this. And then he does say something along the lines of like, yeah, so now he has the power that can move the moon. The problem is that he then absorbs a little bit of sunlight and he goes crazy, and he just like, you know, you can actually see like all the individual Byakugans that like are that he's fused with from the previous Tensegan. So now that power has fused with him, and now he can move the moon. But it's because he's merged with that power, if that makes sense. So like Toneri fighting, you're trying to use this to scale like Toneri versus Naruto or Toneri versus Urashiki. When Toneri fights Urashiki, he does not have the power of the Tensegan fused into himself. He's not using that to power his punches. So he's not moon level in that sense. He's not moon level in a combat sense at that time. Same thing with Naruto. I don't think he is. That's more debatable, but I don't think he is there either. So that's the first point. The second thing to mention is that I've heard people say that the hollowing out of the moon in the center, like this stuff, is kind of negligible or really doesn't really count in terms of power scaling because it can't be that much. So we should just treat the mass of the moon as the same as our moon, just assume it's the same. And two figures that I've been given for like how much of the interior of the moon has been hollowed is 1% or 15%. Now I'll just point this out, right? Like what would it be, like circumference of the moon? Yeah. So the circumference of the moon, like all the way around like this, the exterior is 10,917 kilometers. And that's like not accounting for the crust itself, right? That's just the exterior. So if we take 1% of that, what would it be? It'd be like 0.1, or sorry, like 0.01 thousand kilometers. Wow, my brain is absolutely cooked. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna put the numbers on the screen. 10917. So stupid whenever I try to do math. Times 0.01. That's 1%, right? Okay. So it's just over 100 kilometers. That would mean that like the entire the entire circumference of the moon on the inside, the interior part, if it was only 1% the same size, 1% the same diameter or circumference, would be like in the middle, and that would be 100 kilometers. So I mean, she says that like wherever they are here and here is 20 kilometers away. That distance of 20 kilometers, you can challenge this, by the way. I'm not sure if that's precise, but because there's a few extra seconds that go by. But like the city is 20 kilometers away, and looking at the city, it's not even far enough for us to see the curvature yet, right? So how much further will we need to go to be able to start to even see the curvature, let alone have it go like all the way around up like this, all the way around back, and then loop behind? Does 1% really seem reasonable there? I don't think so. At least at an eyeball, it doesn't really seem reasonable. 15% was also suggested. 15% might be a bit more reasonable. But again, we can speculate 15%. We can say that the reasoning for 15%... sorry, let me rephrase. So no specific real justification was given for why 1% was suggested or why 15% was suggested. It's just like, let's pick a figure that seems fair. 15%, I guess, or 1%, I guess, right? You can test it. You can see how thick the crust is right here, right? Like we could just do that. We could just look at how deep this is, and then we could know. We could look at the curvature of the interior of the space and then compare that to what we think the exterior is. And then we could just know. Like, we could figure it out together, you know, instead of just like pontificating. But the final thing, this will be the last thing I talk about tonight because we're getting close to 4 hours anyway. The final thing is that the justification that was suggested to me as for why it could only be like 1% or something around there is because Kaguya was sealed inside the moon. And Kaguya, when she was sealed inside the moon, Obviously, they didn't want her getting out. And she was sealed by the sixth path Chibaku Tensei. And when that happened, she was pelted by like massive stones and rocks and boulders from all sides that compressed in onto her and like smushed her together, right? So if that was the case, if somebody showed up and then like started tunneling out the area around her and putting in like oceans and civilizations and all that stuff, well, then that wouldn't make any sense because she would break free. So obviously they would need to make sure to leave enough room for Kaguya to be buried under all of that rock, because otherwise she'd get out. Except if you watch the last, around this time code, 55 minutes, they show Kaguya. And I know you might be thinking, what the fuck, what do you mean, right? How the fuck is that Kaguya? If you're not familiar, when Kaguya fought Hagoromo and Hamura, she was fused with the Ten Tails at the time. And she was like this rampaging chakra monster, essentially. And when she was defeated, all of her chakra got put into Hagoromo as the Ten Tails chakra. And so he became like the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Maybe not all of it. There's probably some of it left. I don't know. Because the Geto Mazo can like scream and punch things later. Yeah, the vast majority of that chakra was put into Hagoromo, and he became the first Jinchuriki. Hamura went to the moon with what was left, right? So what was left after that rampaging creature that was Kaguya fused with the divine tree, fused with the Ten Tails, what was left after all the chakra got drained out of it was this fucking thing. And Hamura decided to live on the moon in order to guard the Geto statue. Hamura goes to the moon with this to protect it and to watch over it. And we see it like bound with chains and stuff like that. So this is literally Kaguya's body. It's Kaguya's body after she fused with the god tree and became like this Ten Tails aberration, but it's her. And she is on the moon, and she is in chains. She is not surrounded by a whole bunch of rock. She's like in a cave or something, but it's not pressed on her from every side. She's just bound up like this. And then Madara, as soon as he activates his Madara, as soon as he activates his Rinnegan for the first time, he gains the ability through the final like path of pain to summon the Geto statue to Earth, which he then does. And so Kaguya actually comes to Earth via Madara's summon and is on Earth and is just like there for however many years, being kept as a pet by Nagato and fed chakra. And the moon doesn't explode, and she doesn't start to run rampant on her own because her chakra is not like inside her anymore. She needs to be resurrected. So that's, again, like, this is why all the logic and common sense and reasonability and feasibility and like I can get the argument through and push it, whatever the phrase was, it doesn't actually matter unless you check what's happening in the manga, right? I get that it makes sense that since Kaguya was pelted with rocks and that was what was used to seal her, that they would want to keep her in that state to keep her sealed. That makes sense. It does. It's supported by what happens in the narrative. It is logical. It's not stupid. It's not ratty. It's not scummy. There's nothing wrong with it inherently. It sounds right and it feels right. And you don't want to be skeptical to something that sounds like reasonable like that. Right? It feels shitty. But if you actually check, it just doesn't work. If you actually look it up and just look into it, I mean, it's just not true. So sometimes things that are reasonable and smart and clever and logical and well-intentioned can just be wrong. And that's okay. There's no judgment there. It doesn't mean you're stupid. Doesn't mean like anybody fucked up or anything like that. It's not a problem. The only problem is like if we have the opportunity to go learn more and we don't use it for whatever reason, then that kind of sucks. It's just kind of a missed opportunity. And then if, say, I don't know, other people suggest, for example, that maybe we should do more research, and your response to that is like, you're better than this. Why are you just being skeptical? Your skepticism doesn't work here. There's so many problems with your skepticism. Man, just fucking be more skeptical. Try it out. Try the hat on for a day and see how it fits. You know, it might actually lead you to some decent knowledge and revelations. Revelation sounds too pretentious, but you know what I mean, like some new discoveries or something like that. At the end of the day, like, I think we all need to be way more skeptical. And I think it really helps and is a positive thing, and I don't get why that's controversial. But anyway, that's pretty much all I had to say. For the intro, now the stream's really going to get started. Okay, so we're going to start with episode 1 of Boruto. We're going to go frame by frame and make sure that we understand every single... Maybe next time. Let's see. Saria says it's essentially like the light force. There's two versions. The one that Zelda has and the one that the Master Sword has that is connected to the force of all good life in the universe called the Force. Huh. Oh, right, with the Tensei gun. Yeah, that makes sense. I wonder if there's anything like that in Star Wars with the Force, or if there's just one single unifying thing. I got Star Wars on the brain because I've been watching fuck, what's it called? Andor. First episode was really good. Saw that last night. I don't know. I should probably get going, but either here or in Discord or just in general, Saria, I would be curious to hear your thoughts on both the gameplay itself, but then also the lore and world building and stuff of fucking... Wow, I'm tired. Come on, it's got the shoe bills. It's the Zelda game where you can... it's in the air, and you get the shoe bills early on, the birds, and you fly around, and on the birds, and then you can go down to the ground. It's kind of like the prequel to Tears of the Kingdom, in a way, like in terms of the mechanics. There's this like big guy who's really annoying called like Goose or something that you meet early on. Oh my god, why am I... You get a little beetle that you can fly and pilot around at one point. It's like one of the first items you get. Why am I can't think of the name. What's wrong with me? Zelda in the Sky. Okay. So Zelda game for the Wii that takes place in the sky with shoe bill birds. Skyward Sword. Saria, what do you think of Skyward Sword? Please and thank you. Saria says, wasn't Kaguya sealed in another dimension? Yeah, so at the end of Naruto, at the end of Shippuden, they are fighting her in her like she takes them all to her root time space or whatever, and they're fighting her there. And then when they use the Six Path Chibaku Tensei on her, then she is in that other dimension, and they like it takes the earth and rock and whatever out of her little planet, and then crushes her under it. And it's kind of implied that Hamura and Hagoromo did the same thing, but they were apparently fighting her in the main world, the main space, because the thing that they made then turned into the moon. So that was like, they fought her. And there's another good example of why it's not the same fucking moon that was staring me in the fucking face this whole time. I can't believe I didn't think of it, because Hagoromo and Hamura made it. So anyway. Anyway. But yeah, like they made they made that moon themselves, and Kaguya was on Earth to begin with. I guess lucky for us, or lucky for the Naruto folks, that universe folks, that they happened to be fighting on Earth and not. Well. Yeah, so since she fused with the tree and she was rampaging around as the Ten Tails, she probably couldn't have used her dimension swap abilities anyway, since she was basically feral at the time. So I don't think that she could use Ame no Minaka in that state to even go to her dimensions in the first place. So yeah, Hagoromo and Hamura like fought her on Earth and then trapped her in Chibaku Tensei, and then that was the moon. And then Hamura decided, okay, I'm gonna go on to the moon and stay on to inside of the inside part of the inner part of the moon, and then from in there I'm going to watch her and make sure she doesn't act up. I'm also going to have like several babies and also make a big civilization, and it'll be great. So that's what he did. It. Yeah. Oh, Sarah says, oh, never mind. This makes sense now. I should have asked. Waited for asking questions. No, it's cool. I think it's good to have conversation. Sarah says, I was thinking about Naruto and Sasuke. Said, yeah. Okay. So we cleared that up. Yeah, it's a little confusing, but it's good to help I get some clarity. Okay. So my brain cook and my throat hurt, so I'm going to go eat some food and fall asleep. I have had a really, really wonderful time. I know that the tone was sort of negative and nitpicky. I hope that it wasn't too much. You know, all of this is done with a modicum of respect and appreciation. Like, I wouldn't be responding, I wouldn't be putting this amount of time and effort into it if I didn't care and didn't think it was a cool topic and stuff like that. So I hope that comes across. That being said, I hope that you folks were able to learn something amidst all this chaos. I know I certainly did. I had a lot of fun talking with you guys. And hope I wasn't like too overly self-incriminating with the reminiscing, so to speak. But I think we're all good. I think this is a safe space for everybody to just chill and vent and stuff. So hope you guys have a great week. Let's see. Thursday will be, I believe, the last of our whatchamacallits. It'll be the last stream for the Dark Souls 2 critique. I think this is actually my 49th live stream, which means that next Thursday will be the 50th live stream, and we will be wrapping up the one about the review of Matthew Matosis's video, after which I might take a break next weekend and prepare for to have the 50th stream be like the celebratory Dark Souls 2 music stream. I haven't really decided yet, but I might do that. Might need a little break. Either way, until further notice, next Thursday will be our conclusion to the Dark Souls 2 review. Next Sunday will be more Naruto. Probably going back to talking about Pain for a little while, or it'll be week off while I prepare for the music stream. Either way, I will stay in touch. I'll make a community post and a Discord post about it. Thank you so much for your time and your attention, and you guys are all awesome, and I hope you have a great night and a great rest of your week. Oh yeah, Skyward Sword. Oh, are we? I feel like maybe we're on a time delay, Saria. Yeah, I think there's a time delay in the chat. I'm sorry if that's it winds up being the case that we're a little bit offset. Anyway, Saria, good luck with the healing, and you know, hope that you can continue to have time to rest and recuperate. Good luck with everything. I will see you guys next time. Take care.